Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And moving on to our next session, which is a panel on leveraging communication, connectivity, and AI for business growth. In an era where communication is key and connectivity is king, businesses are presented with unprecedented opportunities to thrive and innovate. Today, we are here to explore how harnessing the power of AI alongside seamless communication and connectivity can propel businesses towards unparalleled growth and success, from enhancing customer experiences to optimizing internal operations. AI has emerged as a transformative force across industries. In this session, we hear from our industry experts who are at the forefront of this digital revolution. We'll explore real-world case studies, actionable strategies, and insights to empower businesses of all sizes to thrive in this digital age. I now invite our panelists for this session. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Arun Karna, Managing Director and CEO, ATN Global Network Services India. Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Country Manager, Telecom, Media and Entertainment, HP India. Mr. Salim Khanna, National Enterprise and Government Business Alliance, GEO. Joseph, National Head Customer Service and Operations Enterprise Business, Vodafone Idea. Simon Roy, SVP and Business Head, North and East India, Bharti Airtel. And the session will be moderated by Anil Chopra, Vice President, Research and Consulting, Cyber Media Research. Over to you, Anil.
Can I have the audio on, please? Thank you. My audible? Great. Thank you so much. So we had such exciting sessions till now. We have to make our session a lot more exciting. And there's been discussion around use cases and all of 5G and some other talks. So maybe we can have some discussions around that. But just to kind of give a quick recap of what's really happening as far as our topic is communication, connectivity, AI for business growth. I think if I look at the main thing that is kind of driving a lot of these things is overall digital transformation, which has kind of grown around 18% over the past years. And moving forward, again, reports suggest that 16% of enterprise revenue going to be contributed by digital. That's the kind of thing we're talking about. Okay, which obviously means it's on every CEO's agenda. We look at digital. Second thing is this, the AI piece, which is, what should I say is that not the AI piece, but as far as the digital public infrastructure, right? Which is the entire Aadhaar and NPI, which are going to contribute and make India into $1 trillion digital economy by 2030. And the third most important pillar is, of course, connectivity. Without it, we cannot have the other two happen. And we already had so much of discussion around 5G. We talked about the fastest 5G rollout in the country. Just to add some data to that, I think we had 2 lakh towers in 8 months across 1,100 districts in the country. So essentially, they're all going hand in hand. Communication forms a major pillar to enable the other things. Currently, that's what we want to discuss. Discuss this in more deeper. And for that, I'll start off with Arun. I think basically I've given some data and models of all these elements. But I think it's important that you can shed some light around the role of this communication connectivity and AI and by innovation. But also to add to that, look at AT&T's global reach also as far as the network is concerned, and how are Indian businesses able to leverage this network to accelerate this entire piece of innovation. So there's cloud adoption also happening. There is edge computing also happening. If you want to just give your views.
Thank you, Anil. Thank you for setting the context
so well, and I feel so excited to be on such great industry players. I would say brothers and sisters in arms. We have been a lot. So it's good to be here and so feeling exciting. So, and we were discussing just prior to coming into the hall here that communications, connectivity, and AI are really the three pillars of digital transformation. And you mentioned very well that they actually are interconnected. They work in tandem. They probably feed off each other as well, and they need, and that's so very true. I mean, these are the three pillars which are really driving enterprise innovation, bringing forth new innovation in terms of products, services, processes, what have you. As enterprises adopt more and more digital tools and platforms, communications and communication tools become that much more critical. So, we are all aware that these times, instant messaging, video conferencing, voice collaboration, collaborative workspaces, these are the engines of the enterprise that keep the enterprise really running because they bring together the workforce, they can collaborate in real time, take instant decisions, spark of innovation, and then combine those with the modern communication technology like 5G and hopefully 6G, which is on the horizon. Someone mentioned FWA, the session, when you combine all of these, this really leads to the acceleration of innovation within enterprise. And of course, for all this, connectivity is key. If communications is the backbone, then connectivity is like the serverless or nervous system of the enterprise. And here, the whole vendors that we need the enterprises to sort of keep the innovation going, need to make sure that people, systems, processes, machines, they're all connected seamlessly, ubiquitously, in a reliable manner with fast connectivity. And this is where the role of the telcos is really morphing, I would say. I'm sure the peers here would agree that now telcos are not for transporting bits and bytes. It's more about being network-centric technology solutions providers. So I know it's a long but hopefully that is the sense of what connectivity these days is all about. And what are telcos doing about connectivity are two or three things, and I'm sure this is all across the board. First is investing big time in core connectivity infrastructure. So think of fiber optic networks, 5G rollouts, edge computing capabilities, so on and so forth. And these investments are necessary if you have to really cater to the current environment where there are a lot of data intensive applications and processes that are really the fuel for the enterprise. The other thing is investing big time in virtualization and automation. So by virtualizing network functions, making network management processes, this is where the telcos are seeking to build flexible and agile networks which can cater to the ever-changing demands of the business, which is a result of digital transformation process itself. Now talking of AI, I mean, AI is really disrupting the way enterprises operate, how they do business, how they bring forth new products, how they servitize new offerings. So the power of AI and ML combined is really bringing the power of data to the enterprise. And in terms of predictive analytics, in terms of driving automation, and then bringing forth new use cases across industries, whether it be healthcare or manufacturing or retail. So there's a lot of buzz these days about generative AI, a lot of interest. And it is interesting to see the applications of generative AI in the enterprise space. So, for example, in the space of manufacturing and engineering, the integration of generative AI is really part of a huge innovation. So, designing complex products or optimizing very complex manufacturing processes is never easy. But in this space, generative AI has emerged as a major ally because of the ability to generate multiple design iterations and also bringing forth simulations that would help bring forth not only efficient products and services, but also these are not unimaginably creative. So that's the overall scenario on the three pillars. Speaking of AT&T's global capabilities and global networks, as we mentioned that India is the fastest growing major economy right now, and that could be the case for the foreseeable future as well. And what that has meant is that Indian enterprises are really going global with a vengeance. They're really pushing the boundaries, taking their businesses global, and this has also meant they are adopting new technologies, emerging technologies. There's a lot of cloud adoption. So a global network like AT&T's, which spans about 200 countries, we have about 600 petabytes of data going on a network on an everyday basis. We provide seamless connectivity to more than 500 plus cloud service provider environments. And what this does is it gives the ability to the enterprises to connect their on-prem infrastructure to cloud solutions in a seamless manner. And especially when in these times, this is the times of multi-cloud hybrid environments. And what that means is that telcos like us, and all the peers in the industry, we are called upon to provide what I would call composable network elements. Composable means those elements that can be readily tuned on the fly to changing business needs. Now, telcos have never operated in that manner. We have been very fixed, hardware-centric kind of operations, but now that's all changed. With virtualization, automation, composability is a reality. So I'll give you a quick example. For example, we at AT&T have brought forward this managed digital infrastructure service, and under that we offer something called TAO. TAO stands for Total Access Orchestration, and what it is basically, it's a virtualized network infrastructure platform that enables rapid deployment of enterprise networks across more than 500 plus cloud service provider environments. So think of it as a digital ecosystem that solves the challenges of multi-cloud adoption and integration by way of providing a pre-built virtualized infrastructure platform that is co-located globally with cloud service provider environments and connects to those environments using very fast like 100 kbps. And what it does is it is ready to take in customers customizable solutions and build those using standard building blocks. And those building blocks could be either in the physical form factor or the virtualized form factor. The other big aspect is edge computing. Now, there's a lot of action at the edge. There's been discussion in the prior panels also that a lot of action is actually shifting to the edge because the use cases are such that they require the compute and analytics power to be concentrated right where the data is being generated or originated or consumed. So you need to concentrate all the compute and analytics power there. So telcos like us have built out our own edge computing networks by distributed edge computing servers being utilized. And all sectors of the economy are sort of trying to use that edge compute power to really bring forth a lot of innovative real-time use cases which earlier would not have possibly been plausible in a sense. So that's one. And there again, I would say technologies like 5G, when they combine with multi-access edge compute, that's when the real power of edge computing really comes to. The other aspect that I would quickly mention is the whole aspect of software-defined networking. And in this space, SD-WAN, as we all know, is making sure that the power of SDN is not just limited to the service provider core or data center or the LAN. It is out on the WAN, and there it is combining with cloud-delivered security services or secure services edge to actualize the SASE architecture. And SASE is a great enabler of digital transformation because it enables work from anywhere environments. It enables zero trust. It enables the uptake of edge computing. It enables the consumption, large-scale consumption of cloud-delivered services and applications. So, having a global network which can offer all these features and functionality at scale consistently with the same SLAs across the world is obviously a great advantage. So, those are my opening thoughts. I'm sorry I went on a little bit, but I thought that I have to do justice to the questions.
No, absolutely. Thanks. I think very well said. You've been
interesting points, especially about the kind of 600 terabytes of data that is going the network, and so many other points around connectivity and composability. That's a very interesting thing. But taking the data story forward, I'm going to ask data, of course, is growing like there's reports again that say 175 petabytes of it, right? Will be generated by next year. One terabyte is equal to 1 million terabytes, the kind of scale that we're talking about. And I think HP has done a lot around data given this transmission. Of course, it's not going anywhere. We're seeing this data too. And fact is that Arun talked about AI and made my job easier that AI data is the future. So maybe you want to help us tell us about what's the strategy around AI and Gen AI given this kind of data.
Thank you very much for being on this panel. I don't cover most of it regarding three pillars, and personally feel the most relevant and important pillar going forward, because we have a good pillar is already set, is going to be AI, also Gen AI. Look at the recent study done by Accenture. 73% of enterprises, they are saying they're going to actually focus on AI and park the funds there rather than just working on digital transformation from a digital payment perspective. So AI is going to be the most important place where money is going to go. Secondly, 89% of those enterprises will say, please help me direct my simple models which are trying to build onto production. So there's a huge expectation from the market, and this is on the primarily from enterprise side. If you look at the AI as a whole, and it is important to demystify. AI itself is encompassing everything, and it's happening from 1950s, thanks to the times of Alan Turing, the famous doctor from UK, who was there in the World War II. That momentum has carried on, and AI started being discussion for science fiction, and all remember what happened in startups of the world. We have those agents supporting Captain Kirk, right? Those were the times of stories, but stories do become real. And after 50 years, I would say 40 years, we're seeing a time when AI has actually reached that stage. If I were to look at some of the futurists talk about, Mr. Ray Kurzweil, he said by 2029, we'll be able to reverse engineer the brain, which means we'll reach a stage of artificial general intelligence. I will come to the different phases of AI. And by 2047, actually he says we'll reach a term he coined as singularity, wherein humans will merge with machines and they will grow the intelligence. These would have been talked by futurists, but some of it has become a reality as of now. Sitting today, I think most of the GPUs which are being sold in the world are being, I would say, cornered by the likes of talents and the know-how with software stacks being available to them. So it's going to be a very, very different world going forward. And I personally feel the most disruptive technology of this century, because it is not going to come in bits and pieces. It is going to be a tsunami. And you see the type of investments going in the country and globally. And you're already talking about your panel, what happened to the shares of NVIDIA and why they are losing. So AI being the overarching technology, Gen AI being part of it. How does it come? It comes from machine learning, and within machine learning, you have the deep learning. And the deep learning, because deep learning is based on how you mimic a human brain. It is how you store information in different levels and using parameters and different, mathematical algorithms and models. You're able to actually store lots and lots of data, which we call as parameters or hyperparameters in the large language model. Parlance has big. When you build those billions and billions of parameters, you're able to interconnect. You're able to store information at different levels. And using the mathematical modeling, you're able to actually use probabilistic distribution to really work on large data sets, be able to come with some relevant out. And that's where the so generative AI becomes so important, because one side you have the users and one side you have the producers of AI. And telecom networks become very important. Telecom providers become very important, because they will now realize that they have to be part of this game and become from a pure telco, become, move up the value chain towards a tech company. And if you look at the last 1 year, I think telco already announced telco OpenAI, and that's where I think four different telcos stay together. We have Singtel joining.
Terms of, how do you really see some of the trends there that are shaping the future? We heard good, yes, but what you are doing would be great.
Yeah, thanks, Anil. Thanks for the first disclaimer, we hate to be called a telco. We are India's first digital services company. That's what we aim to become. That's what we want to be known for. So we're clear from the day one. So as a digital services player, we identified that, besides the pillar which Arun and Ivan were talking about, connectivity, the communication, the DSW, cloud infrastructure, and then the channel layer on it. I think the way we see it is that, at the lowest layer, there are the devices or the sensors. There are going to be billions on the edge. That is going to need network, system communications, and connect. On top of it is going to be the cloud infrastructure, which in India is already quite evolved and evolving further. On top of it, there are going to be platforms, various platforms. So maybe natural language processing, AR, XR, etc. So many. And then there is going to be the application. And AI is going to touch each and every portion. And AI is kind of a huge database, which is going to be provided by the billions of sensors and devices which are going to be in the network, carried by the network, carried out cloud, then reaching the platform. There is the AML engine work. So we see the value stack as these distinct layers or pillars. And we as Jio are maybe one of the only companies which is directly playing in all of these layers, right from devices and sensors, which again is Make in India, our own intellectual property. That's obviously the fastest 5G rollout in the world, largely contributed by Jio. We have our own platform company called Jio Platforms. Then again, we are working on bringing AI as a very cost viable, layer to come for AI for all array for every citizen for this country. So this is how we see the overall stack, the value stack of the business. Let me give you a perspective on the macro level. India today, as it travels from a 3 trillion economy to a 5 trillion economy, the 7% plus GDP growth rate, we know that over the next few years, the level of business is going to grow because of the huge investments which government of India is making into digital public infrastructure, plus the investments which are going into both creating world-class physical as well as digital infrastructure. It will also spur the investment by the private organizations, private companies, private industries. Net, we are definitely on that growth journey from 3 trillion to 5 trillion. But along with that, there is a very important statistics which, as Indians, all of us must know. Today, India spends around 1.3% of its GDP, or 1.3% of the business revenue of every company goes into the ICT. For China, it is 2.4%, and for US, it is around 4.5%. So, as we become more evolved, more digitally transformed, the ICT spend within the same, economy is going to double. So, which means the business is going to double. Today, it is said that Indian ICT spend is around $35 to $40 billion, which is directly a 1.3% of the 3.3 trillion or 3 trillion economy that we are doing. Organic growth, this will go from $35, $40 billion to $60 billion. But because we are in a rapid digital transformation age, this will, when it becomes 2.4% of the overall revenue of the companies, this again will touch around $100 billion as we become a 5 trillion. So there's a huge business, but that business will not come in connectivity and communications. That's going to be only 10% of the overall, beside ICT spend. So there is going to be hardware, software, the AI ML related services, the platforms, the managed services, etc. And if we have to see the future, if we have to peek into the future, I think we can clearly see that the capability which is given now by 5G as a digital information superhighway, which India has created, covering each and every nook and corner of this large country that we have, and the possibility to do edge computing at any place wherever it is required, where either the data is being generated or whether the data is being consumed. Capability to carry that data to cloud, capability to carry that data into the platforms where it is going to be processed upon, and delivering the business outcomes. More and more, we are also seeing that the organizations, the business organizations, are not paying for product and services. They want to pay for the business outcomes, and that's going to be possible when all the layers work together and give a predictable business outcome to the organizations, to our enterprise. And that's our play. That's where we have invested into a lot of deep tech companies also in the various startups, whether it's a AR, VR, XR tech startup, or it's a drone tech startup, or it's a natural language processing tech startup. So we are making the right investment so that we have the capability to give the end outcome based business which these companies are developing. That's what we see. We see 5G as a great enabler. The business has already started happening in multiple fields, whether it is mining, ports, healthcare, education, retail, and automobile manufacturing, the smart utilities, which is riding on the NBOIT wave. So everywhere you can see that this technology Amrit Kaal that we are entering into now is going to yield much superior and much better outcomes, both in terms of a business as well as customer experience, as well as growth of the economy. So I think that's what I would like to wrap up as my remarks.
Thanks, Anil. I think great encouraging to hear that. I think it's more about the platform that is offering the overall services for business growth. It's about driving business outcomes. That's what's more important. Working with various startups and all. And I love that thing about technology. Moving more specific into the customer experience. Ultimately, everything boils down to what kind of experience that you give to the customer. That they work on multiple channels, they reach out. I think what's really important is that we have a more personalized customer. So I'll now ask Tina about what is the interplay of this, communication, connectivity, personalization.
Yes. Thank you. That's one of my key questions and my key areas being the customer impact of collaboration, of communication, and connectivity and AI. Customers for me is not just your external customers, right? It's also your internal employees, your customers. I'm going to give you some examples or use cases about how connectivity and communication and AI can actually create a collaborative workforce which can actually get a collaborative experience or a much seamless experience for customers. So I'm going to pick up, and while there are a lot of technologies, and while Sadine said, telcos are really now actually telcos and not really only telcos. So let me pick up an example from the connectivity space, say cloud, and the collaboration space, the unified communication as a service and real-time messaging, and from AI is vast, right? Let me try to bring you these three aspects and tell you about how we can change internal experience and external experience. So you work in a hybrid world and you work in a digital world, right? Physical and digital combined. So take an example. One of the most biggest things that we have to do is make presentations, right? And in this hybrid and digital world, this, and I'm going to put the example with me in place, right? I'm traveling and I end up leaving my meeting of presentation at home. But I'm not really worried because when I reach office, I can actually download those digital notes or the meeting notes that I have from the cloud. It doesn't matter whether it's left at home or a different office. I have the cloud and extremely seamless connectivity on my meeting notes. I use my digital assistant to actually book a meeting room because there are thousands of meeting rooms and I know which one is available. And once I go into the meeting room, I have to connect to, let's say, Vodafone France. The tools are there, and maybe Vodafone France server does not allow huge presentation. So I use an instant messaging tool to transfer my presentation onto their forum. And when I'm presenting, I can actually have prompt notes that come to me or speaker notes that come to prompt and give it to them. Meanwhile, for Vodafone France over there, they can actually have a translator, the AI tool actually translates it in French and they can really understand it and speaking in English or Hindi or even in Mumbai and Marathi. So I don't really have to worry about languages with the diversity in India upon it there. Not just there, if there, the presentation always has a time limit like this photo. And I can actually say that build a digital twin and even all the matter that was there in the presentation, use it for answering questions even after this forum. So those are various things that can enable an internal person's life or an internal employee's life. Now coming on to your external customer, okay, then multiple again there. We have today the most biggest thing is chatbots, right? You have a chatbot on a social media platform, you have a chatbot on your app, you have a chatbot on the website. How can I use the information across all these bots to create a personalized experience for my customer? There's data around there, right? So the next time that he logs in, I have that entire information available and I can use it to personalize or recommend something for the customer that really meets his requirement. It's a recommendation engine. I can use the insights that come from all the customer interactions to actually contextualize the message and send them a marketing mail. In one of the earlier sessions, by Prabhu, I think he mentioned that the AI cases are generally in customer service and in marketing. But this is how seamless it can get. You have calls, you have connections. Not just that, when I in telcos or telcos, the infrastructure that provides it is a very key element in service, right? The infrastructure can be used by AI, all the connectivity elements that are there. You can actually predict the mean time before failure. And when you do that, you know that this is a customer downtime that might happen because of the various elements that are used in connecting. And you can actually take proactive maintenance for it. So this is how I build a predictive maintenance. So I'm going away from reactive customer care, I'm going away from proactive customer care, and I'm going to the third element, which is the predictive customer care. How can I recommend? How can I? And this requires integration between all these elements, whether it is communication devices, whether it is connected devices or AI. So it's not just one or the other, it's a combination of all three across there. And that is the business proposition that is there for customers across the possibilities are really great. And it's just on how much we leverage and how we leverage it to deliver what we want as an experience to customers. And that's where I would leave it at this point.
Thanks, Sheena. Thanks for sharing. That your views around how you look at internal as well as external with technology. And other things. That's great views. We're living now in a more and more connected world, and if we are to succeed, it's important to have the right collaboration and and partnerships. Which is why my next question to cycle is considering that today we need collaboration, need partnership. So how are communication service providers like Airtel helping with building such a connectivity system with partners?
Thank you, Anil, and having me on this esteemed panel. And, a lot has already talked, esteemed panel members here. So that leaves for me to talk very less, but you will have already. So in the particular context, if I may say, from a value proposition to our customers, Airtel has been always the strongest proponent in doing partnership. And this, I'm going back to the days when Airtel did the first outsourcing deals and the partnership which happened, which was Ericsson of the world, and then we did IBM of the world, all that we have been doing. And that's the reason today we have reached to that level where we are, and the trust of the customers, which we definitely have built on years. The other thing, if I may talk about, is today all the telcos. So we need to be rechristened as the name of telcos. We are no more a telco because ultimately, and I voice out the perspective which Arun talked about, that everything revolves around the connectivity. But yes, there is the value proposition which is there in and around, which we give to our active customers. Again, taking a cue from Salil's point, we actually are looking at solutions to be provided to our customers for the enterprise piece. And solutions can only come in that when you say that it is not a partisan solution which you offer, you have a complete solution. So if I may say today, in the enterprise world, we talk about any industry segment. Let's take, if I may say, the biggest digitization which has happened is in the fintech industry. The fintech industry is the biggest proponent where you see those sound boxes. That's a big play which came out. And today, if you go abroad, you will not find these sort of solutions which are there. Even till today, they don't exist there. But India is in the state where everybody is using that. Even a kirana wala is using. Everybody on the side of the road who uses that. That is all an amalgamation of the telco as well as the solution provider there, which happens. So in this particular context, what we do is, in fact, this actually has aggregated to a level that we have reached to a level that we are able to give a concise solution. Now, if I talk about in the IoT space, now this is the biggest area of the journey is going to be there. Where it is going to be that 3 years back, Airtel was nowhere there in this particular space. Today, we enjoy a 56% market share. How we have done, in fact, FinTech was the biggest proposition which was there, and then came in fact, now the smart utility perspective is coming in. Smart meter is the biggest area of growth. And if I can tell you, there are 25 crore homes which have to get connected on smart meter, which is the Digital India's forum and our Honorable Prime Minister's vision which has to be there. So everybody is in fact here to that. And today, if I talk about it, is not only the connectivity which we offer the entire embedded solution across connectivity and as well as the HES, as well as the MDM. This is all on the basis of partnership basis. Now, if I go quickly onto the private network, which our previous panel was talked about, private network is all about partnerships. If you have to do a private network, telco is one particular piece out there, but there's a whole lot of sensors which has to be looked into. The entire thing will only happen if you're able to make this particular thing work together. So, at the edifice of the entire perspective is that even in the healthcare, if I have to do something, everything has to be based on partnership basis. So, what we have in engines, specific engines, connectivity being the base, in and around, but at the end of the day, this connectivity is actually the propagated perspective. But in fact, the network is there at the base, and then you have the other partners coming in, which is the sensor player which is going to be there, the platform which is player which is going to be there, the cloud player which is going to be there. All across, we give the complete solution, which actually benefits the customer, which is the enterprise customer, which is again you're looking at what are you looking at? reason we have this, enjoy this trust of our enterprise customers.
Thanks, Sagar. I think very well said. We only have about 2.5 minutes, so I want to throw the floor open for any questions from the audience. If you would like to ask any questions, let me be asked. There's a question there. Can you please take the mic there?
Anil, thanks for setting up the right context. Now, we see there is a constant evolution in the 5G use cases, and we are talking about generative AI being adopted. So, how do you see the impact of generative AI in coming times on the network? Is the age going to get changed or?
Yeah, please.
I'd like to give you something that we are working on, and I think it has a lot of potential on generative AI. On the ones that you mentioned, whether it's communication, collaboration, any of those cases that are there in the 5G use cases, right? One of the huge things that is required is IT testing, right? Test before we actually roll it out with the customer, or roll it out across various pieces. And what generative AI can do is help with test cases. Test cases are scenarios where you can actually test rolling it out so that the customer experience is seamless. So this entire journey and each test case writing takes around, around an hour, sometimes because of the detailing that is required. So generative AI, one of the use cases which is happening right now is this, which can help you build use cases, whether it's rolling out 5G, whether it's rolling out any of the product or network connectivity platforms that are there.
My question was slightly different. With the generative AI, it's pressure on the networks. So how the industry is envisaging this pressure and how the architecture is going to change, whether it will be impacting the core and NVIDIA is going to become more stronger or coming at the edge, which is going to be disruptive edge. And there is a second question, Salil, with you. You stressed upon a very important point that consumer or will not be paying for products and services in forthcoming times, and it will be paying on the business outcomes. So, can you give some matrices on what outcomes where the consumer will be paying for in the coming times? Where we are talking about AI and generative AI.
So, if you look at any business, whether it's a manufacturing business or a retail business, any business, essentially there are four parts. One, there is a reduction of cost, which is by reducing the losses or the wastages, right? Then there's an increase in productivity. Then there is a opening of new revenue stream or expanding the existing revenue stream, and making the customer experience more digital and more simple. Now, in all these four subparts, customers are defining business outcomes that they are looking at. Okay, I want a 10% reduction in my wastage over next 10 quarters. So, or I want to open up a new revenue stream and it should become 10% of my overall revenue in next 10 quarters. So, they are going to define such measurable and predictable business outcomes, which is going to be enabled by the digital services players by working across the value chain, whether you invest into devices sensors, whether you invest into a private 5G or a network slice, or you invest into a hybrid cloud, and then run a AI emulation on that and deliver the outcome that the business. So these are the some of the few examples.
What you talked about is how the load will come on the network when GenAI becomes more and more functional and ubiquitous, right? Now you look at, as I talked earlier, it is a horizon. It's a full AI life cycle. On one side you have AI users, one side you have enterprise consume AI. Now consumption of AI is not a place where a lot of network bandwidth is consumed. You need high-end fabric parallel file system interconnects when you actually train the models. That's a place where a lot of high-end networking is required. But once you train the model, you actually fine-tune it, or you just use the model as it is. For example, ChatGPT from OpenAI, right? You can use it working with your ISVs, build an application, integrate that ChatGPT with your application, start using even on a laptop or mobiles to do that, right? Now you have these applications, so Now the connectivity is not required to that extent because the model is trained. It's a small model running somewhere. You just have to access it. With 5G being underpinning technology, I don't think bandwidth is going to be of concern or the architectures behind it. I think with Gen AI coming in, 5G being there, it is already set in place. And as you move into 6G, I think it will be far easier. So you don't have to worry on that part.
I just wanted to add that one thing, infrastructure, if it increases, even if it increases in one area, because of the evolving ecosystem, will cause a decrease in another area. So I think from a net perspective, the 4 areas as Sandeep mentioned, it will just even out from an expenditure, infrastructure, they just something going up there, something down there. That's how we
In
have.
fact, I'll just take this. When we have started our rolling out of 5G, in fact, initially the challenges were where all we roll out and how much bandwidth we augment and such. But AI actually helped us in actually utilizing it the best. So where we need to upscale and downscale, all that from the customer experience perspective, AI helped us in doing that. So even creating the 5G network, AI helped. So that's a big use case. And if I have to, there is a definitely use cases which are there in complete cohesion for enterprise customers, for the network for service provider also we are actually using AI. So there are a lot of use cases which AI is actually helping us.
Talk about the impact of the generative AI onto the networks, whether networks will be able to cope up with the demand automation. See, networks of 5G technology and beyond run on 3 pillars. One is the enhanced mobile broadband, ultra low latency network, and passive machine to machine. These are the hallmark of a 5G network. It is designed to handle high data loads in terms of high throughput, low latency of interactive responses, and massive machine-to-machine communication. The networks of 2G, 3G, 4G will collapse if there are lakhs of devices, sensors, pulling the network at a different frequency. But 5G is designed for that. So don't worry on that front. The generative AI node networks of 5G and beyond are designed to handle.
I think we've overshot our time.
I think that's one question that all panelists have answered. But on that note, thank you so much, Anil, and thank you so much to all the panelists. Before we go to the next question, please hand over a token of appreciation to all our panelists for their insights to this topic. Meantime, if you're putting out any tweet or an update on social media, please use the hashtag TLF India and make us trending today as well. We'll also have a quick group photograph of all the panelists. Quick group photograph, please. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to our next session, which is on IoT and AI revolution, maximizing connectivity while minimizing total cost of ownership. In a world driven by data and connectivity, Internet of Things and artificial intelligence stand at the forefront of a technological revolution, promising to reshape industries, redefine processes, and revolutionize the way we work and live. But amidst this technological revolution, one question looms large. How can businesses effectively manage the total cost of ownership associated with implementing IoT and AI solutions? Today, we'll explore strategies for cost optimization, scalability, and sustainability, ensuring that businesses can reap the benefits of connectivity without breaking the bank. In this panel discussion, we hear from industry experts who are paving way in IoT and AI adoption. I would like to invite on stage our panelists now. Our first panelist, Mr. Bhushan Sethi, Vice President, IoT Product Solutions and Onboarding, Vodafone. Joining him is Mr. Anand Bhandari, Vertical Head, Internet of Things, Reliance Jio. Our third panelist, Mr. Puneet Chopra, Telecom, CTO, HPE India. And the session will be moderated by Meenu Sirsewala, Executive Editor, Special Projects, Cyber Media. Over to you, Meenu.
Thank you for joining in, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in the audience. So we have been having a lot of conversations about connectivity, business growth, leveraging AI, how it's very important to tread on this path of living in this connected world. So to an extension of this, we are talking about, just to ask maybe how many of you all are connected to maybe more than 2 devices at the moment? Yeah, so this is just scratching the surface, We are connected to billions of devices. To give some data, there are over 30 billion devices that we're connected to at any given point of time. That's where the growth is, and it's only going to multiply by multiple X's. So today our conversation here is about we being in this connected world. So it's not really about the end user, but the IoT and AI leveraging that, and eventually, obviously, this all comes to optimizing your TCO. So, we were just discussing this earlier, and we said, if you want to just take over that line, you want to share about the marriage quickly? I don't know.
Hello. So that line that we're discussing was AI and IoT. They've got a perfect marriage. Conceive the child, we call it AI. That's artificial of things.
So we're talking about not IoT and AI now, but AIoT, so artificial intelligence of things, and that's the new child we all are looking at. So, we have experts from the industry, from Vodafone, Reliance, and we're getting a very good perspective from the provider side as a service provider to the telco industry. So quickly, we have been introduced by somebody about the topic. So just keeping this as a beginning for the global conversation. So IoT and AI are changing the way we connect and operate. So how do you envision this connected future with billions of devices and everyone interacting with an AI powered? So if one of you would start.
Is it on? Are you able to hear me? So I think a lot of discussion has happened till now. Now talk about AI. Himanshu talked in very lot of details about the AI, the ML, the deep learning, the neural network which are coming up, which are giving human-like intelligence. I think both AI and I will not talk more about it because we all know about it. So both AI and IoT are very, very powerful. And when they are combining together, as Nan said, they are transforming the industry. By IoT, AI, Geo is always good in coming up something new. So AI.
Thank you.
So I think it is going to really transform industries across. While we will see the impact of many industries, but in two industries I see a very big impact happening. both in the short term as well as in the long term. The first industry which I see is automotive. A fun fact which I will tell you about automotive is, and when I say automotive, it is about connected car and about connected car. Facebook today has got 30 million lines of codes. Windows XP has got 60 million lines of codes. Connected car today has got more than 100 million lines. Will you see where connected car is going? It is going to be much more software intensive than any of the other software which we are using in our laptop or in our social media. So I see these connected cars, we're talking about Tesla, automated cars, autonomous cars, there are different levels. We want to talk about it, but I think the level which everybody wants to reach to is autonomous. जहाँ गाड़ी में बैठ गए वो गाड़ी अपने आप A बोल रहे ले. No, that is you see closely. It's a combination of both IoT and AI. In the new connected cars that are going to come as we go through, there are going to be more than 200 sensors, 200 IoT sensors within the car. Those sensors are going to talk to each other. There will be radars, there will be lidars, there will be cameras, etc., ultrasonic sensors. All these sensors are going to talk via IoT to the AI system. The AI system may be at the edge, maybe at the device, maybe at the edge computing of the telecom operator, or it could be at the central server. So you see, that is how the whole autonomous car is going to work. So that's one industry which I see getting impacted. The second industry which I see is Industry 4.0. If India has to become the manufacturing hub, today manufacturing only contributes to 15% of the overall GDP. If India has to do more exports, if India has to reach to 7 trillion in the economy, manufacturing has to give at least 25% of the overall GDP. So if we have to become manufacturing hub, we need to adopt technologies like AI, cloud, IoT, which will help us to automate, create efficiencies, build better designs, reduce downtimes, so that the product which we are building, both in quantity and quality, are much higher than what neighbors are doing. And the third area I see is around medical, where we will see patient monitoring, personalized monitoring for the patient, predictive maintenance is another one which I see. And the fourth area which I'm seeing is smart energy. Sunil was talking about, and Simon also talking about smart city 25 crore villages setting up across the country. They are just a building block. We are going to see from the smart meters, we are going to see the evolution to smart grid where the power would be flowing in a dynamic manner in which, like the way today, internet is working, one packet is going via one route, the other packet is going via other route, whichever is more efficient. So we will see smart grid happening where we will have dynamic routing of the power, the static agreement which are today there in the generation company and the distribution companies will no longer. So these are four impact areas which I see. Of course, there are certain concerns which needs to be looked at: privacy, security, cyber security, the augmentation of the data integrity, some of the things. Similarly, the logic of AI algorithm, we have seen certain incidences where AI algorithm did not speak the way it was supposed to be intended. There can be unintended consequences if the AI algorithm is not transparent, it's not fair, it is not human-centric. I think these are some of the things which have to be solved.
Yeah,
So that is how I look.
We are progressing on this. How do you envision the space? And he rightly mentioned about industry 4.0. So where is the automation and efficiency?
See, honestly, every domain has need of IoT. So if you talk one domain, rather than it being business domains. But what is more important is to understand how these domains will be solved. Because the key is how, not where. It will have an impact. So IoT is a method of AI is utilizing that. Now, there are three R's that need to be considered collectively. One is the right data at the right time and with utmost reliability. So these three R's, that's where they will come the Oscar. So if you keep that in mind, we will make sure that we have enough food or thought for the AI to work. Because if you don't have the appropriate food for an organism to live, it will die soon. Similarly, data is the new oil. AI is the creature that's dwelling on it. So first thing we need to do is make sure the right data. How do we do that? Is by having an ecosystem. Again, Salil mentioned about the whole ecosystem of devices, platforms. All of that has to be owned by someone. This industry, everyone has that mera wala group. Every industry has a bespoke requirement. We are able to get to the situation where the requirements are catered seamlessly in a scalable manner. That is where we get our first step. Then obviously, and if you want again just touch base upon a couple of more industries to add what Krishnan said, healthcare. Healthcare is one industry, but imagine in months, you can go to a doctor, you can talk about the symptom, you get a medicine. How about animals? How about plants? How about that's where IoT and AI is going to play a very, very crucial. And we do have, we have a complete set of solutions in geocaching and geofactoring where work extensively on capital health and plant health, agriculture health. The second aspect that we can think of is more to do with autonomous vehicles, but it's more from a B2B communication. Precisely, yes, the wheel trackers and the monitoring devices are there, but they're things of past now. Future looking is all kind of communication and energy sustainability. That's something that AI is going to help us get to those net zero ambitions. So maybe I think
Special data and the head of special data was there in Starbucks and how it tells the data application is. And they are trying their utmost to reach out to the public. And it's all covered with actually IoT that the data is being accumulated and they have a sense. It's going to be very intuitive for the public services. So putting some thoughts. So I'll come back to you on that. Just quickly talk about maybe IoT and then just. So, Bhushan, if I could ask you, so in the context of IoT deployments, we spoke about how AI is playing a vital role and it's extracting actionable insights from vast amount of sensor data. So, how can we collaborate with IoT solution providers, integrate this AI-powered analytics into their own? Share now.
Well, as I mentioned, that AI.
Yes.
So AIoT, I see that both the technologies are very similar. In one way, although they perform different functions. Both are, they work on partnership. Like for example, telecom operator will set up a network, and then there will be partners who will be working and creating multiple use cases. Similarly, when we talk about AI, when AI created a generative AI, the fun is coming, the magic is coming from the developers, the startup companies, who are building a lot of innovative use cases. You can build a video, you can build an image, whatever you say, you can build any content, whatever you want. So you see both the technologies are, partnership driven, technologies. I remember that, yeah, balance entertainment. I will say AIoT is partnership, partnership, and partnership. So they are going to enable use cases, as I mentioned, around Industry 4.0. They are going to make use cases around. Okay, we are working with a couple of partners. Both joint go-to-market partner where we are not only working on the end use case, but also how AI is going to enable IoT. Just something like you talked about AI and IoT enabling industry users. But I'm now saying is AI is also going to enable IoT. How? If we are going to have billions and billions of devices, and these devices are going to be remotely placed, and they are going to be sending data. Is it humanly possible for anyone? It's not possible. Today there are 25 crore meters which are getting installed. If one meter is not sending the data, is it humanly possible? Find out that why this is not sending the data. For sending data, maybe one hour that, 2 hours that. And that is why AI and machine learning needs. It will help IoT to find out that when this device was connected, was the connectivity up or down, what is the current state of the connectivity. It will through the device management system will talk to the device, talk to see, try to find out, what is the device, talk to the other application part. So all this thing is going to happen automatically by AI. AI machine learning will remember that I have applied this logic to do the troubleshooting for this device maybe 10 days back. And I applied the same logic because it is learning, the system is learning. So all these capabilities, be it the use case, be it the enablement of the IoT of the mentioned, we are doing along with the partnerships and joint resource model which we are getting along with the partners. Thank you.
So, maybe just quickly come to we're talking about this great networks, which is anything use IoT connections. That's with the data happening. So, with your experience in the CSPs, what are the key areas where they are looking to use that, this kind of a 5G network and your approach to address?
So, switching the topic a bit to the core network. So, what we have seen that every new technology is supposed to be actually bringing some top-line benefits or bottom-line benefits. And core network on the service provider network side, the CTO side has always been one of the most complex areas to manage and grow at scale. So let's take an example of the way the core networks have been built in the last 20 years. So they have been like vertical silos coming from the different vendors and the equipment providers. And as the networks needed to go and get added with more capacity to scale further, we saw that there were operationalizing challenges and challenges of proprietary protocols, and the way actually the industry thought that now it's important to cloudify. Once they were cloudified, they were again like virtual appliances, and things were actually kind of again siloed. So then 5 years ago, we saw that the industry is now going to have a horizontal cloud platform, which is able to have functions from all the different providers working together seamlessly, and whether it is packet core, whether it is VoLTE or SD-WAN, SDN as a service, MPLS as a service, or Ethernet as a service, everything. And in that, what currently, this was a revolution which happened in 2019, 2018 onwards. I'm talking about India, and globally it was a little bit much before. And as we have progressed something like 4 or 5 years ahead, now what we are seeing the telcos and what we are also consulting and helping the global teams is how to reduce further the cost of scaling those core networks and transport networks for the north. So one area is like normally we have the virtualized functions which are sitting over a common, you can say, horizontal cloud platform. So we are having the hypervisor, which is needed to get virtualized, and then we have different functions onboarded into it. That was 4 or 5 years ago, and now if we have to scale the network while reducing the cost and improving the bottom line, we are seeing that more and more CSPs are going towards Kubernetes over their network. This is giving them double benefits of reducing the cost of the hypervisor and guest-based system with every virtualized function. And the containers are also light, and every virtualized function is comprised of tens of different containers together, which are easy to compose, easy to maneuver, orchestrate. And in the previous panel, you would have heard Arun from AT&T touch upon the composability fabric of the entire end-to-end service chain. So that is one aspect, and if you see, it reduces the OpEx from the deployment, from the management, as well as the skill set that are needed. So the people that are required to manage the earlier virtualized architecture compared to the cloud native architecture, the containerized architecture is moved forward. And what is HP doing in this? Like for the virtualized architectures, we have been having our telco blueprints, and those validations are actually done with every leading platform vendor together, which is able to actually, make sure that it is able to hold the telco workloads, and that process is something which is a lengthy process. It takes around 6 months to a year for validation, and those blueprints are then certified and hardened for bringing to the field. The second area is when you have these cloudified architectures converted into cloud native architectures, they are easy to compose and orchestrate. But then you have the need to have automated operations, or you can say AI-enabled orchestration engines to be able to maneuver and manage all these workloads, which are from all the different types of the network, whether it is packet core, VoLTE, IMS, or whether it is anything related to transport networks. So what exactly what we are doing is the FCAPS architecture, what we have been hearing in the past, you can say EMF forum base since the past 2 decades, 3 decades. So that FCAPS was more relevant to physical appliances or physical structures which are actually coming from different vendors and their own silicon. But when we talk about the new cloud native architecture, the virtualized architectures, so the fulfillment actually gets replaced by the term called as orchestration, and the management gets replaced. I mean, it's not replacing, but it's something like assurance, which is a combination of the fault management and the performance. So what we are having as new initiatives and innovations in the orchestration intent, and that intent is a policy which is actually written by the orchestration engine automatically. What you need to tell the orchestration engine is what you want it to achieve, or what you want the network to achieve, and it will decide how the network is supposed to achieve that. It's not something which you have to dedicate. For example, if I have to go from this place to Gurgaon, so there are 3 or 4 routes. So if I open GPS maps, I just say I need to go to Gurgaon. I don't really need to tell him that where exactly or how exactly I want to go. And he decides because he sees where the traffic is more and where the congestion is less, where the short time is actually needed for making it reach the destination. Similarly, that intent is something which is programmed by a programming language, something called as a DSD, and that's able to build together different, you can say, models which are able to separate the services layer from the infrastructure layer. And because whatever then happens in your network layer, for example, a device getting replaced by another one which is faulty, or a function or a cloud native engine, which is or a container engine, which is actually getting spun up or removed or scaled in and scaled down, it really doesn't affect the services there. So the intent is very important. And then from there on, we are able to actually have the assurance also playing a very important part. And here is where the AI ML actually contributes a very important, you can say, role. And all the different traffic patterns which are there, So the 5G service packs which we have with our assurance engine, it actually studies all the patterns and the traffic behavior on the network, and it is able to actually give that kind of a learning to itself that if this particular thing is happening and this is an anomaly that is perhaps going to occur, so then this is something which will result in a fall. And so as it improves over time, it is able to actually predict it has a predictive behavior to stop the falls from happening, stop the net from degrading, and to be able to actually get more more visibility into the network faults, and it saves the degradation, and automatically it has a closed loop control where it goes back and tells the orchestration engine that this is a particular interface or a device or a function which is going to go down, and then it is able to actually spin up a new container before the earlier one is actually going out. So you are able to actually reduce the network going degraded. So these are some of the things, and beyond that, we are also doing a lot of things on slicing. And network slicing is something which is actually more relevant to a 5G SA core, and that is something which is also adding to the top line because all the providers are right now struggling with how to monetize 5G, whether it is private 5G or so. Network slicing is a very important thing, and I can talk about that details. Let's get.
Yeah, so we have heard a little bit about network experts. So, we rightly mentioned about the vast network and how you have that connection. So, this can be very overwhelming. Securing these vast networks, kind of data that is being generated from IoT devices here. So, what is your strategy there? Because you're hands-on to this all the time. So, what's the strategy there to address this overwhelming data explosion and this security vast?
Strategy level, apply human intelligence. So yeah, we have a lot of data getting generated, but how to utilize that data is a key aspect, and that's where we think as programmers, as business developers, product owners, how do we really utilize the data? There are core areas where you would have the data to be processed for building AI environments. One is obviously edge. And there are situations where you need instant decision making without waiting for the data to go to the cloud, having whatever latency it is, without worrying about the downtimes and so on. So for example, if you walk into a store, camera recognizes your face and gives you a personalized information. You don't really have to go there. Or you put a infrared camera into a washroom or an elderly patient just to detect a fraud. You don't really have to send the data streams, you can't. You have to send the inference. There are some places where you put it on the edge itself. Then there is fog. So there is a combination of edge and servers where you collect data from multiple devices and process it on a local server. Only the necessary information goes to the cloud. Now, why this is required is because you really have to save on the bandwidth storage capacity. Plus, the decision making has to be utilized. For example, if you're talking about multiple sensors in an automotive plant, we can't really have a system which is capable of doing edge computing because the systems are different for every sensor. You can't even go to a level where you are depending on the cloud. So we used to have SCADA. It's been working for a while now. But now we have to evolve this SCADA to a cloud SCADA, where you still have the local intelligence there, plus the artificial intelligence on the cloud. And then the local intelligence can be used for instant or real-time decision making, and the cloud can be used for data which comes over years, months and months, see the patterns, or seasonal patterns, daily patterns, whatever the machine behavior is, and then correspondingly suggest improvements in the processes. That's one aspect of how to use the vast amount of. Second aspect about security, yes, usually here people talk about security and hardware, they talk about connectivity and They also talk about the platform or the database level support. But attackers are intelligent and they evolve. They evolve every day. And these mutating creatures, the only antidote to that is your AI algorithm. How you do that is figure out how the network patterns are behaving. Yeah, so if I'm logging in from a particular IP address or IP addresses regularly, and at some specific moments I do that, uh, if the algorithms are able to detect the pattern of me logging into the system, and if they are now someone else is trying to get into the system, the pattern is immediately detected. It's a violation. You put an additional check of authentication. Already you have the authentication, maybe put another third try to check if it's a robot or something else. See the network, see the patterns, and that's how the AI algorithms will eventually help you in protecting data. You have to evolve. You can't be, the AI algorithms today can detect or pass the source code and find out malware in it. Source code by detecting the embedded firmware on the devices, how to function. So I think answer these two aspects.
As Shivam said, that data will remain at multiple places. Like the example of the particular example of automotive, the B2X, it is vehicle to vehicle. That data cannot go into some. That data has to be, between the device and the other, vehicle device. If it is B2Net network, definitely that data has to go back. So, as he rightly said, the data reside at multiple places and the data security is equally important at every place. One of the challenges which I see today in the IoT devices is security. While one and one standards have been defined, okay, but it's still not being adopted. It is still in a recommendation. Still, DoD has recommended those standards, and even now, as IoT is happening in the country, we see that those security aspects are still not being taken care of. Although there are MTCT certification, etc., and NTC is coming up the center, but they are still not answering those aspects of security of the devices. While some specification has been written by TEC, but again, as long as if they are not adopted, the data will remain uncorrect. So I think this is one of the work which, along with the collaboration partners, TEC, DoD, government regulatory organization, I think this is one of the which has to be sorted out as of now. Since this is a nascent industry, it is evolving. I'm sure these things will be handled as it will.
If you can talk about how operators can leverage AI and automation, that's your AI ops, to reduce the TCO and create management sector.
Yeah, so the way I explained earlier, this is actually a combination of intent-driven orchestration along with AI and ML ops assurance. So that's in one sentence I'm summing up. Because ultimately the customer experience is something which has to be actually improved, or the service has to be actually stopped from getting degraded. That's actually the thumb rule or the mantra that's required to be achieved. And why I said intent-driven orchestration, because that's something which is very much important to study the network automatically and apply. The machine should apply its own mind how exactly the particular intent has to be achieved or the target has to be achieved. As an example, if I have to set up a sorry, an MPLS VPN from Delhi to Bombay, so I can go via, let's say, Pune, I can go via Hyderabad, there are some two or three. But that's something which an engineer has to do. So there is a possibility to actually write a traffic engineering script on the core of the network, and that's something which he will be actually, taking some time to actually, write and prepare those documentation and the config templates. But if the task is given to the system, it is able to do that, seamlessly and without really making sure that something is actually not fully utilized and making a proper, load balance. So this all actually translates into open savings. So if you are having more congested links and the links are going down, so you have downtime that actually is dollars. And if you're having a balance of different, circuits utilized, that's again actually less money at the end of the day. And assurance is very important because the AI/ML ops engine which is sitting behind, especially like for example, HP has a service director which is sitting on the top of the manual layer, and then we have a resource orchestrator which is our identity director. So the service orchestrator is able to see all the different domain orchestrators and how exactly they are able to have the control and the visibility of their domains. And we are able to actually then get the closed loop information from the assurance. As they are studying the network, they are building patterns, and they are able to actually see where a particular, fault is happening. And before that particular fault is actually happened, that actually gives a feedback back to the orchestration engine, and it is able to actually scale up a new container, and they are able to actually put that into the line and stop the service procurement. So all this, I would say translates into easily something like, so the first Kubernetes example which I gave, that's around 80 to 20% of TCO benefit on the OPEX side. And if I would go further and let us say some of the DLPs are able to put IT ops, IT applications also on the same container range, on the same layer, and utilize the compute spend, then they are able to actually save much more. And similarly on the automated operations, we are able to actually have the CSPs claim an achievement of something close to 25 to 30%. The trouble tickets are getting reduced. The engineers are able to spend more time onto the designing rather than solving problems, and rather than actually writing the complete script and getting into that cycle is wrong. Go to market reduces, so you are able to sell it better, get more customers. At the end of the day, top line also.
So of course, like that we want to talk about how AI is there. Maybe just one closing question for the members here is that how do we foster a collaborative environment that promotes innovation and facilitates the growth of a robust and an inclusive IoT?
I mentioned, the making partnership. Very important. The telecom operator, the startup, the ecosystem, they all have to come together to make this thing happen. One of the big challenges we see today is interoperability and standardization. As I mentioned that, while there are, MTCT and NTC standards which are there, but again, who's taking care of interoperability and standardization? Today, if you see most of the IoT applications which are working are silos in nature. And their applications like a waste management application share data with the smart meter application or with the camera application? The answer is no. All these applications are working on the silos. Similarly, the devices, again, standardization. There one device will work fine with one operator, maybe have problem when it goes into the island other areas. So we see such challenges which are there. One of the important things which has to happen again is unemployed standards has to be adopted, has to be made compulsory for the for the IoT service providers, so that from the device side, from the application side, standardization is. If that time is there, I think we are just talking. We would not be able to go up from there. I think this is one of the very important question which has to be answered if this has to be.
So very good protocol for the people who are responsible for regulation. So your closing thoughts, Deepak.
We are the only people standing in lunch. So I'll just make it quick. Well, this collaboration is key, and expert opinions, expertise from the industry and working together is the only way out. It's natural. Anywhere that's so industry. Yeah, and there is no rocket science in defining why collaboration. Yes, we should.
Thank you. So we could just have one or two questions from the audience. I have an esteemed panelist here. Yes. At the back, please.
esteemed panelists for the nice discussion. I just have one question around the things. So I heard you talking about reducing TCO with all optimization with edge computing, intent-based operations. We heard the things about cloud native, moving to Kubernetes and everything. And also the biggest challenge about how do you still take care of this interoperability of different application kinds. The simple question to the esteemed panelists is, how actually do you think is one innovation area which is very critical to solve this IoT revolution because of the data explosion that happens? I'm sorry for the longer question, because if you take the use case of V2X, right, equal to everything, we are talking about enormous amount of data which is going to come, specifically from IoT space. We talk about the healthcare devices, the wearables which are going to come in. The data explosion is going to be much huge. So what is one innovation area you guys are still exploring that could help in reduction of TCO? And thank you.
So I think the first question, your question is around the interoperability of the applications.
I heard that is very good planning. What's the innovation factor?
Okay, so basically all these applications, rather than coming from individual hardware-centric approach of the different manufacturers who make the applications. Earlier, they were not called applications around 5-6 years ago. They were called as, different equipments. So rather than that, now they have been cloudified. So what I explained is that rather than virtualized control plane where you are having virtualized platform, where you are having all the different applications coming as virtualized VNFs, where they have their own guest OS and they have their own functions sitting together. We are now seeing that CSPs are moving towards a containerized Kubernetes platform directly over bare metal, where you have one operating system and that is actually partitioned into different containers, and you are able to actually load the applications onto it. And all the leading platform vendors, whether it is Red Hat, Windows, Canonical, they are supporting. And so that was the whole talk about. And it's an open platform. You can have any type of application sitting over it and utilizing the bare metal as long as it has capacity remaining. And as far as the interoperability is concerned, the application containers which are relevant to each other, they will interoperate because they are all on open interfaces. And that's how actually the 3GPP and TFC compliant architecture makes them approvable to go and get deployed. Okay, I hope that answers the question.
Okay, with that.
Your question is around interoperability, this conversation, what could be the innovation is, right? Today, I give an example. Today, why UPI is successful because all this interoperability and standardization things were taken care. There was a platform which was created by PCI, and then everybody connected in one manner to it. Private, be it fintech companies, startups, or be it banks, or be it the the end consumer. They all are connected in a certain standardized manner. Similar thing has to be. There are two things which need to be done. One is, of course, there has to be a standardized platform which needs to be. And I know that government is seriously working on it. So that was here, I know CDOT and DOT are working on it where they want to create one common platform to standardize the way application and devices are connected, irrespective of whatever application or devices. The second thing which I see is, you see in US and Europe, there are standards like PTCRB and GCA. They are not GSM standards. GSM will define the rollout of a cellular network and the releases. The ecosystem partner, that is where the last collaboration and ecosystem. Right? Ecosystem partners, be it the device manufacturer, chip manufacturer, SIM card manufacturer, the telecom operator, they all have to come together and create one common, the standards are there. But in standards also there are different interpretations. Okay? So we have to come together and create those one single interpretation of that particular application, or it will reach a long which can happen down the line. It will happen over a period of. But these are two ways by which these challenges will be solvable or be.
Add to that, yes. So that the version we speak about is purely single version of truth. We need something similar on that level. the single version of it. Yeah.
So one of the major challenges today while we transfer data, say you transfer a vaccine and all you have to do is transfer GPS data and temperature data. Transfer 10 bytes of data, you're taking around maybe 200 bytes of overhead. That is one big challenge that causes issues in the network. Now, largely or conventionally, the networks have been determined IP, TCP, UDP. We are in the process of innovating protocol, and we've already done that on narrowband, which is called as NIDD, non-IP data. This means the overheads, in layman's language, what you know is simply send an SMS. Instead of a 160 character limit, we have a 3000 byte limit. And that's where we think the traffic on the network, NVIDIA is also adopted in 5G and 6G is going to be adopted. That's one innovation where if I can combine Bhush's idea of interoperability with the NID, non-IP data delivery, that I think would change the way data reaches to the cloud at with minimum congestion limits. So that's something that we are looking at. We are working on it, and I think we already have working gas meter deployments because that also has impact on the battery life. Amount of BTU you use for transferring data consumes battery. So it's having impact in multiple ways. And I think we are there on the cusp to concepts.
We are talking interoperability and scalability. हमको तो protocol देगा ना.
So thank you, gentlemen. I'm not going to like give a summary, something. I think it has been a very engaging and insightful conversation with three experts who have really contributed to the discussion. They are available for more interactions as we base for that. So over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Minu, and all the panelists. We can present them with a token of our appreciation for their insights and the time they have given us. Also for the audience, we do break for lunch now, and we will reassemble in the hall at 2:25 sharp, please, so that we remain on time for our schedule for the remaining part of the day. Please do visit the Cyber Media stall, subscription stall outside, and have a look at the media there. And they are available at discounts today. So maybe you can log in and maybe you can visit and get some subscriptions. Also, you fill out the feedback form. It will help us curate sessions better in the future. May I please request everyone to take note that we have to be back in the hall at 2:25 p.m. for the sessions to begin on time. Thank you, everybody. Let me thank the panelists once again for this discussion. Thank you. Can we have a group photo, please, together? Yeah.
QR code.
You guys are from Voice&Data.
Yes, cyber media.
recording the sessions via some app? कौन सा वाला?
No, that is being recorded directly.
And here, live. Wow, which app are you using?
Sorry?
Which app are you using
So YouTube live, so
for recording?
for recording we are not using that.
You were typing it out.
For what type?
The session.
For session? We have experts here who can directly type every conversation.
Also, there will be internet connected devices. Devices embedded in the walls of businesses and others. Is only the first step. Critical consequences such as telemedicine, internet was highly available and agile to deliver personalized experiences, enabling telcos to choose services faster, unlocking their users, and create new content to offer and solution services to meet. For more than 3 decades, Human Advocate has been delivering technology services to the biggest channels on the planet. We support nearly 300 telcos in 160 countries, serving over 850 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 30 telcos using rich cloud infrastructure. Or customer innovation, where the telco network meets the customer edge by bringing the cloud experience to the edge with innovative security services, private 5G networks to go locally, on-prem, or remote in the cloud. End-to-end AI-based zero information allows you to build very single models that are action paving the way zero touch operations.
Your device connected as well.
Radio as net. Supported by a fully cloud-based 5G core. All of the devices carry a great entry.
You have had lunch?
I'm just leaving.
And so you should not take increase. Days. 25% get choosing communication transformation. End-to-end information, networks and services. Most telcos have a central information, delivering three opportunities. The future of telecom and we ready.
At CNN, we have always dreamed big. Our industry moves at speed of innovation. The question is not just believe now.
Charge. Where's that? Charge.
So I hope it's happening.
25 years ago,
लगा दिया है.
and growing on one system brought the first coherent solution to optical networks at 40 gig and 100 gig. We did it again with 400 gig and 800 gig. For the first time, you got real-time visibility into your network. The simplest way to double the fiber capacity and the lowest power 400 ZR plug. We've always defined the standard. This time is no different. And in the actual operating power consumption, our ambitious goals always inspired us. The challenge was never say this was impossible. Which I received along with two
After lunch.
Mr. David Mitchell was established himself as a progressive and diligent policy.
Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group.
Internet connected devices. Devices embedded in the walls of businesses and homes, spreading through every industry. It's just only the first step. Which in this case, you could just tell you, I said, even if it's both widely available and agile to deliver customer experiences, enabling telcos to launch new services faster, unlock new revenue streams, and create new network slices to offer differentiated services on demand. For more than 3 decades, Hewlett Packard Enterprise has been delivering technology services to the biggest carriers on the planet. We support over 300 telcos in 160 countries, serving over 850 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 20 telcos in each industry. Across all customer innovation, the telco network leads customer edge by bringing the cloud experience to engage with innovative, secure and services such as private 5G networks deployed locally, on-prem, or remote on the cloud. End-to-end AI-based zero-touch automation allows you to build a network based on simple models that will classify deployment with real-time anomaly detection, paving the way for zero-touch operations. Now you can automate and optimize your own radio access network, supported by the fully native 5G core. All underpinned by carrier-grade HPV telecom infrastructure. And the solution is offered as part of the HPV group edge to cloud platform, allowing you to scale quickly as demands increase. Speed of volumes of 30 days to 5 minutes. Reduce costs by 25% of the RAM, stand-up menu, 5G core and ongoing. The opportunities unlocked by edge to cloud transformation, coupled with end-to-end automation of cloud networks and services, place telcos at the center of innovation, delivering boundless new opportunities. The future of telecom has arrived, and we are ready.
At Sienna, we have always dreamed big. Our industry moves at the speed of innovation. The question is not just what we need now, but what you'll need next. 25 years ago, we delivered the first metro and long-haul DWDM system. Brought the first coherent solution to optical networks at 40 gig. We did it again with 400 gig and 800 gig. For the first time, you got real-time visibility into your network. The simplest way to double your fiber capacity and the lowest power 400 CR pluggable. We've always defined a new standard. And this time is no different. In an age when sustainability and power consumption are critical, your ambitious goals have always inspired us to challenge what others say is impossible. And we've done it again. 1.6 terabits per second metro PCI. 800 gig across the longest lengths. And 800 gig pluggables with the lowest energy consumption. Welcome to another world first. Welcome to WaveLogic 6, the new standard.
Let's see how now you do that for everyone as unique as your business. Well, that comes to you and the corners of your enterprise. What of the data you have? Security features built in. Enough opportunities. Cross edge to cloud. Hey. And everywhere they pretend like so that the moves you make can connect every piece in every place. Seamlessly. That's edge to cloud, Voice&Data.
HTTP agreement. The future we've been waiting for is about to arrive. By 2030, there will be more than 100 billion internet-connected devices. Devices embedded in the walls of businesses and homes, spreading through every industry. So is only the first step. Critical use cases such as telemedicine need a network that are highly available and agile to deliver personalized experiences, enabling telcos to launch new services faster, unlock new revenue streams, and create new network slices to offer differentiated services on demand. For more than 3 decades, Hewlett Packard Enterprise has been delivering technology services to the biggest campus on the planet. We support more than 300 telcos in 160 countries, serving over 850 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 20 telcos using HPE's infrastructure. Fast forward customer innovation, where the telco network meets the customer edge by bringing the cloud experiences engaging innovative secure edge services such as private 5G networks to deploy locally, on-site, or remotely from the cloud. End-to-end AI-based zero-touch automation allows you to build a network based on simple models that are automatically deployed with real-time anomaly detection, paving the way for zero-touch operations. Now you can automate and optimize your open radio access networks, supported by a fully cloud-native 5G core. All underpinned by our carrier-grade HPE telco core and edge infrastructure. And the solution is offered as part of the HPE GreenLake Edge to Cloud platform, allowing you to scale quickly as demands increase. Speed deployment from 30 days to 5 minutes. Reduce costs by 25% in the run. Stand up a new 5G core in under an hour. The opportunities unlocked by edge to cloud transformation, coupled with end-to-end automation of both networks and services, place telcos at the center of innovation, delivering boundless new opportunities. The future of telecom has arrived, and we are ready. Sienna, we have always dreamed big. Our industry moves at the speed of innovation. The question is not just what we need now, but what we are building next. 25 years ago, we delivered the first metro and long-haul system. We brought the first coherent solution to optical networks at 40 gig and 100 gig. We did began with 400 gig and 800 gig. For the first time, we got real-time visibility into your network. The simplest way to double your fiber capacity and the lowest power 400 CR We've always defined a new standard. And this time is no different. In an age when sustainability and power consumption are critical, your ambitious goals have always inspired us to challenge what others say is impossible. And we've done it again. 1.6 terabits per second for Metro DCI. 800 gig across the longest links. And 800 gig pluggables with the lowest energy consumption. Welcome to a new world. Welcome to WaveLogic 6, a new standard.
Not everything will we do. CIM, get a comfort club as unique as your business. For all that comes to you, unicorns in enterprise. How do you think you can? It's movie. Your features out there. Opening up opportunities. What's extra platform? And everyone. But it's so that the moves you make can connect every piece in every place. Seamlessly. That's extra value of my without. What's HTE green?
The future we can waiting for is about to arrive. By 2030, there will be over 100 billion internet-connected devices. Devices that have the ability to businesses and apps, spreading through every industry. Extensions is only the first step. Critical aspect systems of telemedicine need a network of third-party available and agile to deliver personalized experiences, enabling telcos to launch new services faster, unlock new revenue streams, and create new network slices to offer differentiated services on demand. For more than 3 decades, Hewlett Packard Enterprise has been delivering technology services to the biggest companies on the planet. We support more than 800 telcos in 160 countries, serving more than 850 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 20 telcos using HPE infrastructure. Transform customer innovation, where the telco network meets the customer edge by bringing a cloud experience to engage with innovative secure edge services such as private 5G networks to grow locally, on-prem, or remote from the cloud. End-to-end AI-based zero-touch automation allows you to build a network based on single models that are automatically deployed with real-time anomaly detection pending the way zero-touch operations. Now you can automate and optimize your open radio access network, supported by a full cloud native 5G. The solution is offered as part of an HPE edge to cloud platform. Allowing you as demands increase. Speed deployment from 30 days to 5 minutes, reduce cost 25% of the RAM, and have a really quality core under an hour. The opportunities of automation and transformation have end-to-end automation of both networks and services. Place companies at the center of innovation, delivering dominance and opportunities. The future of telecom has arrived, and we are ready.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's really good.
Our industry moves at the speed of innovation. The question is not just what we do now, but what we do.
Even there.
25 years ago, delivered a very extra first, but weird solution brought efforts when we did. The first time you got real-time visibility into your network. The simplest way to double your fiber capacity and the lowest power 400 ZR level. Always define and understand it. And this time is no different.
Gold standard.
Power consumption are critical. Your ambitious goals have always inspired us to challenge what others say is impossible. We've done it again. 1.6 terabits per second for Metro DCI. 800 gig across the longest links. And 800 gig pluggables with the lowest energy consumption. Welcome to another world first. Welcome to WaveLogic 6, the new standard.
Yeah, like Chinese. As I'm sure let's do Alcosser. It's not too far from here.
Mr. You. And the corners of your enterprise.
He is very nice.
Security features built in.
We all do these here.
Opportunities.
So we sometimes venture out to Rajendra and Hava late in the night just to have the chicken curry.
So that the noise you make can connect every piece in every place.
अभी तो रमजान चल रहा है तो खाना तो
Food Delhi also, no?
That's HTTP relay.
The food walks over there. Old Delhi food walks. The people who take you around to a lot of places. Just to the samplers. We know the places. Al Jawahar.
There will be more than 100 internet-connected devices. Devices embedded in the walls of businesses and homes, spreading through every industry. Making the technologies is only the first step. Critical use cases such as telemedicine need a network that's both highly available and agile to deliver personalized experiences, enabling telcos to deliver services faster, unlock new revenue streams, and create new business content to offer differentiated services to do. For more than 3 decades, we have acted in delivering technology services to the biggest telcos on the planet. We support more than 300 telcos in 160 countries, serving over 850 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 25 telcos using mainstream media infrastructure. Fast forward customer innovation, where the telco network meets the customer edge by bringing the cloud experience to the edge with industry secure services and applying networks to go locally, on-prem, or remotely in the cloud. End-to-end AI-based zero-touch automation allows you to build a network based on single models that are automatically deployed with real-time anomaly detection and away with zero-touch operations. Now you can automate and optimize your open radio access network, supported by a fully cloud-native 5G core. All underpinned by carrier-grade HPE telco core managed infrastructure. And a solution is offered as part of the HPE Greenwich H2 Cloud platform, allowing you to scale quickly with demands increase. Speed deployment of 30 days to 5 minutes. Reduce costs by 25% in the lab. Stand up a unique 5G core in under an hour. The opportunities are not by edge to cloud transformation, coupled with end-to-end automation of both networks and services, that place telcos at the center of innovation, delivering boundless new opportunities. The future of telecom is arrived, and we are ready.
Monetize नहीं कर पा रहे. There's a lot of that. Viewers, hair fiber, hair fiber is very fun. But उसमें मेरा problem तो है यार. There are a lot of users at the same time. Latency बहुत है.
I'm not sure use innovation.
But actually the reach जहाँ पे fiber नहीं डालता ना.
25 years ago, we delivered for Metro and Walmart system.
You have to double it, yeah.
But we're solution.
मतलब यहाँ पे है will logically take the geo fiber on. Already fiber.
They offer 400 gig and 800 gig.
The ROI is such
simplest way to double the
even the air fiber, the outdoor box of the
on the lowest power.
But the parts are very different. Because it's also मेरे घर पे लगाया ना मैंने तो मैं तो कस्टमर भाई CEO is my customer and I am CEO.
further.
But that's what
Ambitious goals and goals inspire us. The challenge, what others say, is impossible.
fiber is not good when it's very dense.
And we
Or the user rather the problem.
always 6 terabits per second for metric DCI.
Fiber is just that
Gig
it is a mobile connection, but a focus channel is there.
An 800 gig plug those with the lowest energy consumption.
But it is dedicated, right? The bandwidth is committed, right? Dedicated channel, right? वो network price क्या हुआ ना उन्होंने ये फाइबर क्या लगा मोबाइल यूजर्स के लगे तो जो ये फाइबर डेडिकेटेड है ना उसमें भी कई बार रोज बहुत ज्यादा आता है शाम को चाहिए when everybody is on Netflix तो वो थोड़ा सा लेट हो जाता है afternoons are very good I'm working from home I use air fiber शाम को मैं switch कर जाता हूँ उस पे normal connection क्या सब very cheap it's only about $850 for month. You pay 6 months advance and you get a modem, everything, set top box. So you get a book, set top box. So it's like you, set top box is amazing actually. Pura उनका interface है. It's connected to the router, indoor router. घर के लिए काफी है.
But you get all OTT channels.
ये भी सब included है. It's a very good deal. You should try that. But if you just buy it for 6 months, and keep it as a secondary connection. Just buy it and keep it for 6 months. I would say 6 months के लिए. If it goes well, then only I'll get it. Air fiber को भी अच्छे से देते हैं. उसके लिए वो वाला affiliate वाला थोड़ी सी कम है. तो कई जगह पे नहीं है. जैसे मैंने affiliate request किया वहाँ पे नहीं है. तो air fiber better है ना. 5G का connect होता है. Fiber ठीक है. Air fiber का फंडा ही वही है कि wherever the fiber is not available. ये शुरू करते हैं एयरटेल में वाली वाली से करते हैं एक दूसरे को देख देख के तो निकल के मैं भी कर लेता हूँ get some more mutton
Hello. You have identified systems delivering technology services to the biggest units in the countries. We could deliver to 160 countries, serving over 850 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 20 telcos using each company infrastructure. Fast forward customer innovation, the telco network meets customer edge by giving a cloud experience to the edge with innovative secure and services access to private 5G networks to deliver locally, on-thread, or remotely on the cloud. End-to-end AI-based zero-touch information allows you to build a network based on single points that automatically perform protection, payment and waste, zero-touch operations. Now you can automate and optimize your open radio.
टाइम पे मैं बिल मैनेजर था तो सेविंग का भी रहता है सेल सकती है लीगल
बिल मैनेजर
और फीस आती है उनका तो मैनेज करना मल्टी पार्टी बोर्ड होती है इट्स लाइक यू मैनेजिंग अ प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट बोल सकते हो बट इट गोज फॉर लेसर पीरियड एज कंपेयर्ड टू For example, अगर कोई आरती आती है, it will be like hardly 2 months. Sometimes only a month, sometimes 30 days. So on an average, 1 to 2 months. It's like project you manage it day 1 to day last. So you will submit also. You get the work done with all the people. Let me say.
At CMO, we have always experimented. Industry moves at speed. Solution to optimal networks. We did it again with 400 gig and 800 gig. The first time that real time visibility was rendered. So much greater than the capacity. The lowest power
They are very good.
and this time is
Brownie. Because only like love them.
they aim to sustainability and power consumption vertical. Your ambitious goals have always inspired us. The challenge what others say is impossible. And we've done it again. 1.6 terabits per second for
I think so. ले जाएंगे.
800 gig across the longest lengths. On 800 gig pluggables with the lowest energy consumption. Welcome. We're in the world first. Welcome to WaveLogic 6, the new standard.
Is your business. So all that comes to you. And then the corners of your enterprise. What are you doing? Intelligence from you. With the security features built in. Opening up opportunities across edge to cloud. Everywhere in between. So that the user can connect every piece in every place. That's edge to cloud. Through that. That's HDD green.
What product we carry to?
The future of networking is about to evolve. By 2030, it will be in the office of internet to devices. Devices embedded in the walls of our businesses are spreading industry. Only the first spaces such as telemedicine, they will have a
पहले मेरे डाटा में रखी थी तो जब
the telco network now you can optimize your open radio access. So every one of is now not a step 5G call. Installation part is part of the HDD. I was speaking about reduce costs 25% of the run. Opportunities of large HDD transformation coupled with end-to-end automation of network
Geo.
That's it always dreamed that our mission renews that speed of innovation. Question is not just for elected parent. We have a first solution to we did again 400 gig and 800 gig. The first time we had real time visibility into your network. Seamless way to double this power 400 C. Always define this time is no different. What you when you might want to achieve the power consumption. Your ambitious goals on every system is challenge what others say is impossible. I think 1.6 areas to set up commercial PCI. 800 gig is long distance. One of those with the lowest energy consumption. Welcome to another world version. Welcome to the Logic 6. The new standard. I think IPNC now. Highlight already देगा बात नहीं होता है बीच में गया था तो देखा बोल इंजीनियर को ले गया था
That's not many features. What's next? That's HDE green light.
The future of the voice network is about to arrive. By 2030, there will be internet-connected devices. Devices embedded in areas of businesses and homes, straying through every industry. The device solutions is an idea of extent. Leading access to available and functional to deliver customized experiences for developers, partnership services faster, unlock new domains, and create new services to offer services to the for more events, is delivering services to the biggest so we can innovate and business trends with 96% of top ratings and tempos using each kind of infrastructure. From small customer innovation, we are having reduced storage, and bringing the top experience solutions to the industry seeking and services locally, online, but next we partner with somehow we have always been
May I request everyone to please settle down. We are going to begin in just a couple of minutes, and I request everyone to please settle down.
Thank you.
And I also request the team to ensure that people from outside can make their way in now. We're going to just start in a couple of minutes.
It's okay, but
Oh.
आपको यार आपको देगी लगा हाँ 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 पे लगाऊंगा आपको सही
Laptop is that happens. Hard for me. Didn't ask for say. As CIO, you have a hybrid cloud as you care for this. So how it comes to you, one of the corners of your enterprise. How do you with security features built in? Opening up opportunities across edge to cloud. And everywhere in between. So that the moves you make can connect every piece in every place seamlessly. That's edge to cloud wisely done. That's HPE GreenLink, leading your hybrid cloud.
The future you've been waiting for is about to arrive. By 2030, there will be more than 100 billion internet-connected devices. Devices embedded in the walls of businesses and homes, spreading through every industry. Making these connections is only the first step. With more use cases such as telemedicine, even networks are both highly available and agile to deliver personalized experiences, enabling telcos to launch new services faster, unlock new revenue streams, and create new network slices to offer differentiated services on demand. For more than 3 decades, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise has been delivering technology services to the biggest carriers on the planet. We support over 300 telcos in 160 countries, serving over 815 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 20 telcos using HPE infrastructure. Fast forward customer information. The telco network needs the customer data. Not experience to the infrastructure experiences. Finding networks proposed locally or also an AI-based single touch automation allows you to build
ये मैं अपना लैपटॉप ले आता हूँ
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think everybody looks very fresh after the Southeast lunch. Can I ask everybody to just sit straight a little, get your adrenaline rush a little bit? I request people at the end of the hall to just settle down now, please, since we're about to begin. Just an announcement to please make sure that your cell phones are on silent mode. It disturbs the panelists if the phone rings in the middle of the panel. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Telecom Leadership Forum, the 23rd edition. And after the lunch, we now move to the next session of the day, which is the next wave of content and services delivering value in a connected world. I'm sure a lot of us consumed a lot of content during our lunchtime. So I think it's time to hear from the experts what do they have to say in this era of connectivity. Where digital content reigns supreme, businesses face the challenge of delivering value in a world that's more interconnected than ever before. Today, we are here to explore how the next wave of content and services is reshaping industries, redefining consumer experiences, and driving value in this connected world. From streaming platforms to subscription services, from personalized content recommendations to immersive experiences, the landscape of content and services is undergoing a profound transformation. But delivering value goes beyond mere accessibility. It's about also understanding consumer preferences, anticipating their needs, and offering tailored experiences that resonate on a personal level. Whether it's leveraging data analytics to curate personalized content or harnessing AI to enhance customer interactions, businesses must adapt to the evolving demands of the connected audience. And for this very interesting panel topic, I have with me today our panelists. Let me call them upon the stage. We have with us Mr. Himanshu Mishra, Vice President Digital, Vodafone Idea. If we welcome him with a round of applause, the energy from the lunch needs to show up a little. Mr. Dharmendra Khajuria, Head Network Partnerships, RTHL. Shah Gupta, Customer Engineer, Infrastructure Modernization Specialist, Google Cloud. Mr. Hitesh Taylor, Director, Sales Engineering, CNI India. And the session will be moderated by Prabhu Ram, Head Industry Intelligence Group, Cyber Media Research. Prabhu, aapki kripa se, let's start this session.
I have all the tough jobs today. If you were at the beginning of the sessions today morning, you would have seen me talk about some of those trends that we're going to deliberate right now. And right now, after lunch, there is this cliche joke that we always start with. We have the most toughest job as a panel to keep you awake and engage as well. And if my name is Prabhu Ram, that becomes much more challenging as well, right? Again, just to kickstart things here, right? Just to give you a recap of what I was telling this morning. There's so much happening now in terms of content
creation and consumption. At Stanford Media Research, we are an analyst firm, a homegrown analyst firm, one of the only ones out there. I'll just press on that part as well. We do primary research, and we have seen a tremendous boom in terms of creation, consumption, all done by affordable smartphones and data, and the underlying digital infrastructure that supports it, right? And I call this the boom happening in aspirational India. Others would call it tier 3, tier 4 cities and towns. I come from a small town, so I don't love that term. So I use the phrase aspirational India. That's where the next wave of content creation and consumption is happening. More and more content creators are coming online from there. But what do all of these trends mean? I want to take a technology point of view here, and that's where all of these eminent panelists, they would come into the frame. Just to give you one data point, again from cyber media research, we saw that last year, Indians on average, and this data doesn't hold for me, we spent close to 1,800 hours on our smartphones consuming content. There was a report just last week which said 36% of our time when we are in the washrooms is spent on watching immersive content, most probably reels, I don't know. So much happening, So let's dive into this. Let me just bring in my colleagues here. I spoke about all of these things, right? Again, as an analyst, my role is to just highlight this, talk about this, so to say. But from your point of view, all of this landscape that has evolved over the last few years, and this is a question open to all. We have a very sharp deadline, I guess that's what it is. And my role, as always, is that I try to end things before time, just so that we can all go back, relax, and have nice coffee and whatnot. It's a lunch break is done, so we can be quick and on. So let's keep it crisp and short. But I would love, because all of you have different points of view. So let me start from you. What have you seen over the last 2-3 years? Content creation from the fences.
Yes.
Yep.
If I speak from a telco perspective, I think a few years back we moved from a telco setup to what we call telco plus plus setup, where you would have seen all the telcos going up for additional services apart from connectivity. What we started with beyond connectivity, where we all started with music, movie services, game services, and today we have even the next generation of services like astrology, travel, insurance, all of them on our folds as part of the services we offer to the users. And then is the time when I think we've chosen a path to move to from a telco plus plus to a techco as well, and are ready to embrace these new technologies that are coming up and trying to find where we fit in and how we can collaborate and provide those services for our users. So broadly, from a telco perspective, industry perspective, I would say from a telco to a telco plus plus to a techco, and now waiting to see what these new age techs offer.
Hello, am I audible? I think picking up what Prabhu has said, let's first see how the data is being consumed and how the data is evolved. Since we are looking at last 3 to 5 years. Currently, if I look at say last year, the data consumed per person was approximately 24 GB per person. Okay? And our report says that by 2030, it will be 2028 rather, it will be around more than 60 GB per person. That is the kind of jump which we are expecting to get. Point two, if we look at how the data is being consumed, the data is being consumed on social apps in India. On social apps, be it Insta, Reels, be it WhatsApp, and so on and so forth. So this is how the data is being. From a smartphone perspective, if the smartphone perspective, we see it is currently around 76% kind of a penetration, is going to go beyond 90%, 95% the next 4 to 5 years. If that be the case, then how are we going to cope up with the data? How are we trying to build the pipes which can give the great user experience? Now here, as a telco, our role comes into play. currently we are deploying 5G. We have deployed a lot of towers. We have already done the 5G. In most of the urban areas we are done with, and we are going to the rural areas. So that is the connectivity part. As Himanshu said, beyond connectivity, we are partnering with, we are partnering with other streaming services and so on and so forth, so that we are able to provide the great user experience to people. Now, let's look at, what are the services which people are using and how this is going to, how this is going to evolve in the future. Now with 5G coming in, and when I'm saying 5G, specifically low latency, high data speeds, it is going to open up lot many fields, from education to entertainment to healthcare to agriculture. You name anything, anything and everything is going to undergo dramatic change. And why I'm saying so? Because the kind of AR, VR, whether we talk about, these are the jargons we are using, but these are no more jargons. Things are happening rapidly. Things are changing. As I was discussing during the lunch break, somebody said, whatever we see this week, probably next week things are going to be different. Probably that's true. Absolutely true. The AR/VR experience is changing the landscape, is changing the way education system will work in India. Currently it is changing, but in the next 3 to 5 years from now, and to the audience, this is going to undergo dramatic change. The way we used to envisage things, we used to study. Somebody studying about the heart person. The 2D picture in a book will not give you any idea how does it work. But if it's a 3D, it's a AR, it's a VR kind of thing. You will remember, every time you talk about the heart, you will remember how this works. Planets which you have not seen, you have seen only in the books or maybe in the sci-fi movies. Now, those planets, suppose somebody says that you're going to Mars and you're experiencing Mars. The events which have happened, say World War II, how things have happened. Or even go back and enjoy it. That is the immersive experiences which you are going to get through all these technologies. So content is becoming more and more immersive, more and more individualistic. When I'm saying individualistic, that is personalization. It will become very, very personalized. And the kind of human, start span which we are seeing, the content is further going to be very, very short. The kind of amount which we are spending on Insta Reels, I mean, each one of us would have been using it. Then those short span, those Insta Reels are those kind of social media that is going to happen more and more. And the communities are going to develop around it. There will be huge communities around these locations. So that means, what are we going to see? The user will create those contents. User will consume that content. It is no more going to be monopoly of the big ones. I think for opening, this is good enough.
Tushar, let me just change this slightly a different way. Let's talk about connectivity, right? Connectivity, as if people spoke pervasive. Cloud services need to evolve to support all of these infrastructure needs for the content delivery models. So, how do you see this trend evolving? What are those?
I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
So definitely there is a change of environment of actually how the content is being consumed, so how the content is being delivered, needs of the system, right? So in order to actually support that, definitely there is a change of the infrastructure needs, which as a service providers, be it telecom service providers or cloud service providers, we all need to evolve how we actually support these kind of delivery as well as the content creation. So from the cloud services per se, right, we are more now focused on the edge services, provide low latency capabilities, cloud capabilities, AI-enabled capabilities, and even to some extent the generative AI capabilities now closer to the creation, closer to the user, right? So that we can actually provide those content in a much faster way. Now, as other channels are also being evolved, right? As that and Anshu also talked about that the new ways of consuming content are being actually developed. AR, VR, mixed reality, right? And whatnot, right? So these channels also need high power of communication capacity where they are being developed as well as where they are being consumed. Right? So this is where with edge services powered by the high-speed connectivity with having the RAM we want to talk about, right? And the low latency cache networks, right? So combination of these three, this is where the cloud services have been supporting this time.
Ish, if I could bring you in on this, again, businesses are looking to leverage all of these interactive tools and storytelling methods, and there's so much just now right engagement. Right? So the question is, are mechanisms and networks ready to support this?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, the network are actually today. We are building actually an agile, flexible, and an adaptive type of network. The service providers and the cloud providers actually have to change rapidly for the nature of the traffic growth requirement that is coming up because of this content creator.
Yeah.
So they have to build a robust and adaptive network to take care of all these requirements. Now I also echo on issues talk, right? About right. A few years back, there was a game, AR-based game, Pokemon Go, right? And it was actually a disaster because it required a low latency network. And few years ago, we didn't have that. Right? Today, with 5G, that is possible. And these content creators can create such kind of games which can always remain on the network, which is always connected, right? And if we don't have the right latency, and the right speed, such kind of games can also be. So it's very much necessary that we build such kind of.
Brilliant. If I could just, again, as I told you, like I'm a storyteller, my job is to just tell stories as I am this. I echo what most of this, we have heard till now. Again, from my personal experience at home, I have 2 preteens. Both of them, they spend a lot of time on their smartphones, just like all of your kids would do as well, right? But what's different is they're spending more time now on the metaverse. I thought it was dead, but it's not. So they spend time sitting close together, but then they are glued to their phones and they talk about meeting at the cathedral, eating ice creams and whatnot. I used to think, what's going wrong here? And then I understood that they are actually playing on this app called Roblox. I don't know how many of you are aware of Roblox. Can we have a show of hands? Yes, brilliant. So those of you at the back, I don't think you're still tuned in. You should, So again, if I could have you in one too, you were making a point of, AR, VR, traditional content methods. What's the trend now?
See, from a trend perspective, as I think they said, AR has been there for some time, right? All the games that we've been playing, the enhancements in them, so it's been there for some time. What's lacking is, I think, high definition, high quality content. The second bit is about democratization of content generation. So while there's this one organization who created this game, there are very limited content which is there, which we can call as high definition and high quality, which can also be engaging. So some content is being created by these big organizations, media organizations who are making it, but still you don't know where innovation will come from or the next set of award-winning trending game would come from. And that is where we are still, I think, waiting for that trend to hit hard to everyone. That one game which will make us all play that.
Yeah.
When we interact as an organization, as I said, we launched games as a service 2 years back. We recently launched cloud games, which is maybe a precursor to AR and VR based games, where you need basically which are high definition and need quick, high data speeds and all. But while we see partners coming to us, showing us demos of games, so there are all kinds of games already available where you can play Super Mario just with your facial movements. So there are games you can play Tetris where when you look at the screen, the camera will detect and place a cursor or a point on the screen where your nose is placed. So you can just look at screen and you can just rotate or move your face to then manage that puzzle game. So all kinds of such innovations are there. The only point being, which I called the quality is missing, and that customer facing, customer engaging participants. So once that comes into place, cost efficiency is coming, which allow us also to make it monetizable, which ultimately is the aim. Because without the technology being monetizable, there's no future to it. There will be no adoption.
Yeah, please.
I have so yes, there are some games which needs to be actually developed to be more immersive, right? But since as a cloud service providers, we do have a lot of new companies as our customers, right? There are a lot of active requests coming in, and we are leveraging a lot of new age technologies, including the generative AI, more specific, right? Where the ideas are actually coming out that how we are actually making it more immersive. And honestly, within India, it's quite less. We totally agree. But outside India, and specifically APAC, right, it's actually going at a very, very fast pace. Right?
So we made a foray into cloud games, for example, as I mentioned. But we still see money not coming in. So we're still waiting for those.
Absolutely. Monetization still, because if I talk, let's say about Indian market, right? We are still very, very susceptible to, I would say, skeptical spending money on games, right? We always look for free games first on the Play Store.
We have a difficult customer in hand.
Absolutely. So this is the way it's
Yes. But I can, just as like a different note, and then I'll come to you, sir. It's just that like Indians love premium, right? If you were tuned in to what Uber was saying some time back, we are demanding customers. But the green shoot for us as a research firm, what we are seeing is as more and more content data increases, right? There is that tendency now, and again, I told you about my daughters. They do ask me all the time, like, can we have your credit card? We need to buy things on Roblox. I don't know how it works, but I've not given them my card as well. But I know from people in my fraternity that they did keep their card because they love their kids so much, and they ended up with bills of 20,000-25,000. So that premium change to premium is happening at some level, and that's happening in even from another point of view, from CMR's point of view. I see that happening on gaming, for instance. Yeah, please.
So I think from a content perspective, trends which we have seen are forecasted, just too basic. But the way Netflix recommendations come in, most of us are using. So that is one way of looking at this. That means if a particular genre you are looking at, probably it will suggest the similar kind of books. Okay? Then next step comes now, I think in terms of content, it has to be more interactive. You must have seen certain movies which have come where you can change their ending depending upon your choice. That is the kind of things which are going to happen, and it is going to engage the users and users very crazy. That means you are telling the story. You're saying your storytelling, maybe good for you. So you can change the stories in between. Whether the person has to take a left turn to save his life from the whatever is happening in the story, it will change it. That's the kind of content which is going to be generated. Then the content will become very, very immersive. That we are what we are saying mixed reality and all. Definitely is going to become very immersive. Now you don't have to be physically present to enjoy a concert. You can enjoy sitting at your maybe VR kind of a thing. Really, you can enjoy that. And even for the concert makers, the singers, the drummers, and everybody, maybe people are sitting in a different countries, but still they can have a low latency with 5G kind of a technology. You can still make a concert and people can view it. Those are the kind of content generation which is going to happen very much, because unless until there is a interactivity, there is immersibility, and there is individuality. That I think these three eyes, if they don't play, people will not be engaged, and that is what I see the trend of content creation and.
If I could do just a follow up with you now, from an Airtel point of view, right? What is that you're doing in terms of your investments? How are you really fostering partnerships to contribute to the strength that you're seeing to enhance the overall value proposition for Airtel customers?
I think for end user customer, we first of all we look at from being a connectivity provider, we just need to ensure that the network is really fine, the data consumption, the data speeds are very good. That's why we are investing heavily in 5G. We've been doing it probably, along with the other operators. India has seen the fastest 5G road across the world. That is the primary task for us. As the trend evolves, I think we definitely participating with the, likes of say Google and others. See that how the content is generated, how the content is distributed, and we'll ensure that the user experience is enhanced.
Tushar, if I could come to you just to get on the point as such, what is Google doing now in terms of supporting or enriching this entire partnership with Airtel?
As mentioned that we are so
yeah.
At the later, I mentioned that we are actually part of telecom service providers like Airtel, Vodafone, and to deliver those capabilities to actually provide the content generation and content consumption capabilities using our AI and ML capability. Now, there's another angle where we are collaborating with the telecom service providers is to help them to offer these media services to their customers as well. So telcos are not only, I guess, to that. Now we are actually offering, we have from the service providers as well. To just take an example of providing OTT services via web3 or music services via right? They are also looking at those platforms to deliver those content to their users in a much higher. So we are partnering along both verticals where we are helping them to become a service providers on those producer of that content as well as to their customers where they will provide the connectivity and will provide the service facility.
Yeah, I think I like to revert on this. While as in these new technologies are coming up and what we need is innovation across different spaces. And as I said earlier, this innovation could come from anywhere. So while we're working with top IT companies, exploring use cases and platforms that they have. We are also trying to explore and collaborate with a number of startups and other organizations where we are seeing who are actually catering to these users, who would be our first set of users who will come on to these new technologies. Like Prabhu, you mentioned your preteen sons enjoying it. My 6-year-old son actually was taught solar system in school with a VR device. So he could actually see, so it is actually reality as you're saying. So, and we were surprised when we saw those photos and all at home. We didn't know it was going to happen, but it was novelty for us as well. So it's part of our lives, it's coming in. And the new generation is, as expected also, is the first customer for these new technologies. And maybe we are the better into monetization. As you said, you're not giving a credit card. So, so I think we are where we are evaluating the pros and cons and the value that those services and experiences are giving us. But it is going to be an experience-based economy. And as the experience gets improved by these new technologies, they will get monetized, and this new generation is going to love
that. Yeah, very important. It is a very neat how to monetize it. I think in addition to that, very important is how we can actually address governance for it. Right? Very often we have, since we are dealing with these type of enterprises on a daily basis, we often come up that what happens that if the hallucinations happen. What happens to where we are actually going into that immersive world, right? Where anything can happen which is not actually bounded by anything. So in other markets, we are these kind of laws, frameworks, along with, and recently you must have seen AI Act in India went live. Similarly, we are working with Indian governments to actually put those governance there. So it's very important to actually have those controls and
I think anyways Google is playing a big role in getting that ecosystem where the startups are able to have that infra and are able to work on those innovations.
If I could have you now, let's switch gears. Let's talk about content creators themselves, right? What are you doing in terms of enabling all of these user creators in this connected world?
That's Google, obviously they are the biggest generator. It's so right. And as he said that they partner with this project. We have like CNR, we provide that. And there are individual content creators as well. Actually, generate really good content. And then there are big outputs. So I believe what the individual content creators can do that they can go to a service provider, what on cloud, and let's say they have already generated content they want to put it onto the network, right? Or let's say they want to go live with their audiences. So they can, at that particular moment of time, can opt for on-demand services. If they would need, they would have more bandwidth on demand, and they would need some SLAs or some resilience. And service providers and cloud service providers are in the positions to do that. This is one thing that they can do, and this is how they can also monetize themselves, give their viewer a better experience as well. Because if they have the right speed, low latencies, and the right resiliencies, they will be always connected with their viewers at all the time. And second thing, I believe they should also opt for some AI-based either they can do it for themselves, or they can again go to the service providers or the content providers, and the backend connectivity can be provided with the right boxes that provide this ultra low latencies and high terabit of capacities. They can do it. Thanks.
And if I could have all of you chime in, like we had some references to generative AI from you spoke about AI. The window as well. Like if you were to look at it, how do you see this trend shaping up? Our research suggests that generative AI is going to play a big role in empowering content creators, the ones that I spoke about from Aspirational India, and it's also it's already doing for us in terms of Netflix or whichever other platform we are watching in shaping our recommendations. So if I can have all of you talk more about what's your short to long term view on this?
See, from a generative AI is something I think last 2 months it's been on everyone's lips, and I think we've been talking about it. Just last week we had a session with Adobe where they gave us a demo about how they've integrated a generative AI platform in the Adobe Suite, and we had a few credits. Credits were given to us, and when our design team explored that, it seemed like a miracle. So obviously at our side also we have a design team, and you just have to use prompts. Like we all have heard this. Okay, use prompts to create a presentation, use prompts to create some text and images and videos. But to be actually be able to use that prompt to create images which we are anyways otherwise getting done from agency or from our designers seems like a miracle come true. And there are immediate discussions which start saying, okay, how do we monetize it? How do we pivot? How do we start using it? So we've had that aha moment last week. We've actually seen it on our devices. Otherwise, we've seen it on demos at conferences and everywhere. We've seen that last week, and our design team, our design head is currently working on how do we actually save cost, how do we actually use it. It does mean a lot of changes from a long-term perspective.
Yeah.
In terms of people, processes, impact on those. But yes, we've got that aha moment last week for us.
Yes, sir. Also, please.
I just actually cite a recent example which we had for one of the company who is actually into story creation. They came up with a very unique proposition that we have a lot of story writers, and we want to actually make a mention about immersive experience for our students. So how the Gen AI played actually a role
right? I can actually talk about different components of that piece, of that overall architecture. One is that if the story is actually writing, we follow, I think as consumers, right? We follow a 15-second content. Within 15 seconds, that content is interesting to me. I will actually spend more time on that. Otherwise, I will on to another content.
This is on which platform are you talking about? Instagram Reel or?
No, this is on a story.
Story,
yes. So story, the actual
Connect with the
emotions.
connect with the emotions of the user and obviously.
Yeah, I mean, not only the video, right? So,
okay,
only on the story, right?
Yeah.
Now, the second step would be that if I'm actually providing text, how it can actually using the GenAI capabilities to provide a video. Now, interestingly, that customer came up with a unique requirement where they wanted that story to be transformed using the large language models of generative AI to be more interesting, to more creative, right? Where they will definitely train basis on what they have already done in the past, but they have seen that yes, the users are or the consumer, the readers are liking these kind of stories. And when a new story comes, it should be actually tailored to modify as per the users, the readers most likely. The second is that how a big story can be summarized, provide a plot or the content summary in a few words so that it can be easily consumed. And the third is how it can be more interactive, where it leads audience a question so that it can be more interactive, responsive to that now. And the last but not the least, they also ask about can we actually provide sentiment analysis, that how these stories, how the readers are reacting to these kind of stories, right? So leveraging not only generative AI, and this is, I just want to actually make everything, this thing very clear to the audience. And we're actually talking about generative AI, we actually forget about the traditional predictive AI as well. So predictive AI is not going away. The generative AI is actually up. Okay? So using the predictive AI, they want to actually do the sentiment analysis of that, whether this story will be commented for the readers. So interesting, a lot of interesting use cases are actually coming for generative AI in terms of content. And the second step they will actually follow, as I mentioned, how these stories can come up or translated into a comic book or a video, and it will be for readers, will be very interesting to read and consume.
In fact, more than she has already explained about generative AI, so I'm not spending much time because it's going to touch everybody's life. So everything probably will get changed or will have a significant impact because of whatever it is, chat and the way we look at art, the way we produce art, the way we, probably we perceive things are going to change. This is going to change very little. And, maybe faster than the other. Now I just spend a minute on to saying how generative AI or AI per se, the connected world, how it is going to now more and more the world is going to be more and more connected. As somebody said, 20 years back, the world is probably the world is so I can say it's a very connected world. Everything what we are seeing probably which moves will have a sensor. And it is going to be with some sensor, and then the data is being flowed. When the data is flowing, whether it is your Fitbit or whether it is Apple Watch, the data is being fed. That means you will get more and more, whether it is through generative AI model or whatever, you will get the recommendations. So it's for your health, the way you are viewing a TV, the way you are doing all those things, whatever the you have given the permissions that this is the kind of data which you are going to share. Basis those, all the kind of recommendations are good. That is what is. So that means what we are seeing. We are seeing the way we live, the way we eat, the way we walk and talk. Probably is going to undergo a change in 3 or 5 years down the line. What I can say.
Actually, this they mentioned majority of the things which are good with AI. There are many. So today only I was reading an article whereby only 3 seconds of your voice that they can generate a sentence or a paragraph
or a voice code with a lot of emotion as your time, which would actually 85, it will match 85% of it. And people are be ready for that too, actually.
Amit, so it's going to be the way I look at it. We are right on time. 3 minutes left. I would like, as I said, I would like to wrap up early, but we do have some time for questions. Can we have the mic here?
Manshu, very insightful update that we got of the emerging ecosystem of content and services. But as monetization is one of the most important things for all of us, yeah, and we're sitting in March. So if you look at the last 12 months, then Manshu, you could follow, just give us a perspective of one service that in the operating ecosystem, you've really seen a spike in terms of revenue, which is very good. And green shoots of the service that you feel in this year now, 24-25, you can really see it's going to be something dramatic and you would see good revenue coming up.
Last 12 months, since it is connected with your saying service, 5G is fast. So one use case which is standing out is that worldwide we have seen this is one big use case which is coming up, and so in India also we are seeing green shoots. Similarly, as Tushar talked about, some of the services which we have been doing. Previous one, we have, let's say, music streaming services. We have been using it and we have been sort of monetizing it. We are already monetized. As far as gaming is concerned, we are not big into gaming at right now, but definitely we look at that. But FWA is one service from which I see in next 12 to 24 months is going to be a big one, particularly on 5G users.
From our perspective, while we have embarked into a lot of different services, I think last 12 months, we've seen a lot of growth in our games portfolio. So that is one bit. And as I mentioned, while there are different portfolio of games, I think we recently gotten into cloud games, which is a precursor to these new age, new technologies that we'll be going to. And we are also exploring other services, but for now, right now, we've had a good success with games. And in fact, one more bit, which also maybe you would have noticed, if you would have noticed, even Netflix has started going for a big bet on games. So a few years down the line, you would not have expected Netflix to show games on their homepage. And I think right now, even if it's not, till about last 2 months, I've seen multiple times, and even to an avid watcher like me who watches content, they've started showing games on my homepage. So they're pushing it that aggressive because they see scope.
One question. How's esports picking up in India? And I have read Genetica is going to play a big role there because we want to get the best of the players and history. GenAI coming with lots of data we can pick up from the web. That can be analyzed to pick up the so-called professional players which are just not there as of now. But you have an opportunity to pick them across the world globally. So how do you see that as coming up in India?
I'm not the right person. There's somebody else who leads games, but I'm aware and I'll speak about what I can say. We have noticed that opportunity. You're absolutely right in saying esports is a big opportunity. It's growing like anything in India. In fact, even last year we had plans we couldn't go through, and hopefully very soon we'll have some plans. But yes, esports, you're absolutely right in identifying that. It's a big thing, and when you're venturing into games, this is what we are working towards.
The content is one.
Yes. So from a content perspective, actually, if you look at our portfolio, we currently offer 3 content largely from our perspective, which is also what we are working to. And as I mentioned, you would have seen monetization coming again and again into what I have been speaking. So I think that is the direction that we are going into, and we'll soon be going that way for content.
Monetization has become too much of a discussion point. Yesterday only there was a recent study where they talked about monetization will take sometimes 5 years. Well, I have to do is definitely recognize monetization. In our clients you can put it in customer devices. But I think it should take its own time. I think we should just let it set.
Just like to mention this, like, we are seeing many of the organized supply chain on that. So anyway, it's necessary that the ground infra is also high. Today, service providers and even cloud service providers are spending a lot actually to make a network resilient. If on the ground the infrastructure is not good, we will not be able to provide that alpha latency services very soon, right? And if you need the good experience, then infrastructure needs to be right. So, as well as we should also think about sustainability so that we can reduce on the cost as well. And I would just like to mention one thing. The morning, Mr. Pankaj, you mentioned right that the equipment providers should think of going on a smaller nanometer chipset, right? So I would just like to mention something on that they have already. Today, as Sienna, as on date, we have a 7 nanometer chipset that we use in our equipment on the WaveLogic technology, and pretty soon, by the end of this year, we will have a 3 nanometer as well, which we are using on the iPhone on the WaveLogic technology. That is how we try to reduce our cost in turn. We can pass it on to the service providers, cloud service providers. But still, I believe the fiber infrastructure needs to improve without it. Then only we'll be able to really monetize on 5G.
Thank you so much, Arvind. And before we end this panel discussion, we would like to present you the token of our appreciation from Cyber Media. May I please invite Mr. Arun Karna, Managing Director and CEO, AT&T Global Network Services, to do the honors. Photograph, please. Yeah.
That's to be here then. Otherwise, it never happened.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can we have a round of applause? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next session. A very interesting and intriguing topic and a device that we have always alluded to. Our next session is on developing a winning mobile marketing strategy. In a world where mobile devices have become an integral part of our daily lives, businesses are presented with unprecedented opportunities to reach and engage with their target audiences. Today, we are here to explore how to craft a mobile marketing strategy that not only captures attention, but also drives results in this ever-evolving landscape. With most internet users accessing content via smartphones and tablets, mobile marketing has emerged as a cornerstone of modern day advertising. From social media campaigns to mobile apps, SMS marketing to location-based targeting, the avenues for reaching consumers on mobile devices are vast and varied. So let's deep dive into the world of mobile marketing as we uncover the keys to success in navigating this dynamic and ever-expanding landscape. And to talk on this topic, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Dhaval Gupta, Director, Cyber Media Group. Dhaval has had a keen understanding of the media and technology space and has played a pivotal role in establishing cyber media as a leading digital services setup. He is the architect of cyber media partnerships with Google, Facebook, Twitter, and overseas of cyber media services. We invite on stage Mr. Dhaval Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? All right, great. While they wrote the presentation, there was a lot of talk right at the end of that session and some questions about monetization, which I think is a perfect seg for this particular session. Just if I can get a quick show of hands in terms of how many of you are involved in direct capacity as far as the advertising ecosystem on mobile is concerned. All right. So hopefully at the end of this session, we'll be able to close the opportunity of how this space is growing. And I think that for a lot of people in the room, there may be a lot of exciting stuff that you may want to look at when it comes to the ad tech and the marketing ecosystem. I must tell you that when it comes to the telecom industry, this has been one of the fast-growing spaces, not just in terms of mobile usage and so on, but the advertising dollars that are following it every day. And so far, the focus has been on platforms like Google and Meta and so on. However, I think more and more platforms are starting to harness their own data to really make a big business opportunity out of this. So let me take that forward. Digital spends edges out other investments during economic headwinds. So this was a survey done by Nielsen on 2023. They interviewed a very large number of CMOs, and despite economic uncertainty, 64% of marketers expect their ad projects to increase in the year. Digital marketing worldwide and what is the opportunity? So the overall digital marketing business or the ad business has reached around 6.25 billion. This is expected in 2024 to reach 6.67 billion. This is the worldwide numbers. So very, very good growth, continued growth on that front. And the mobile ad market share specifically stands at 362 billion. So most of that online dollars in terms of advertising is going on to the mobile ecosystem, right? And I'm sure all of you are aware of gaming is coming up. There's of course app ecosystem. And a huge parallel ecosystem is being driven in India and globally on the basis of the mobile ad. Okay, the India mobile story, this is even more exciting, right? So the Indian numbers everybody knows in this room, so I won't spend too much time on it. But again, when we talk about monetization, we were just now talking about gaming, obviously connected TV, OTT platforms. There is a huge number of threats when it comes to creating content and therefore being able to monetize. So either some of you may be in the room sitting here as a potential advertiser, looking at how can we grow our business by capturing more and more users. Alternatively, as a network, if you have a large set of inventory, or maybe you just have a large user base, how can you monetize that effectively? Can you apply inventory to it? So either as an advertiser or the publisher, there are a huge amount of opportunities that are getting created across the entire ecosystem. Again, I won't spend too much time on this, but the fastest growing mobile ad market in the world, and it's been growing steadily at more than 30% over the last 5 years, and it will likely to continue doing so in the coming years as well. Okay, so I didn't want to get into sort of specific list of activities. I'm sure all of you have seen presentations from your digital marketing teams talking about influencer marketing and stuff like that. But I really wanted to focus on what are the core items that are driving mobile ad ecosystem, right? And these are likely to be very long term. These are likely to have a very big impact, if not already having a very, very big impact as far as this ecosystem is concerned. So if you are looking at marketing in any way, I think these are the 4 trends that you cannot escape, right? So the first is building first party data. I think many players in the ecosystem have data, but it's not organized. It's not giving you the right kind of user profiling. One doesn't know what the user wants, one doesn't know what the user behavior is, and it's kind of the data is getting captured, but is it really actionable? Is it really organized to be able to give certain level of insights? And we'll talk about all 4 of these in more detail in the coming slides. Streaming is the future. So first OTT, connected TV. I mean, the TV budgets are starting to shift there. Video is a big driver of viewability, and again, I'm sure all of you know those numbers. But how can independently companies look at getting into getting action on here? And I think that's something that one really needs to sit down, build a strategy around, spend time with your teams. But that is a huge opportunity. Holistic ROI measurement. So again, data being not organized enough. When you are as an advertiser looking at doing marketing, oftentimes the measurement is the challenge because there are too many data sets, right? There's a marketing, Google marketing data set, and analytics says something else, and your sales platform says something else. I'm sure I can see a lot of people smiling, so I know many of you may have struggled through this. But building a holistic funnel is where your MarTech tools are aligned, and therefore there is intelligence that is coming from your tools and from your data is something that is crucial component of building out effective marketing strategy. And finally, leveraging AI to drive marketing. So again, AI we've been talking about. This is going to be a reality. This is already starting to impact marketing as an ecosystem very aggressively. And I won't be surprised if within a short span of a couple of years, there is a lot of consolidation in marketing and MarTech functions, and a lot of things are automated via AI. Okay, so we touched upon data, right? How do we build out data more effectively? What are the signals that you're getting as an organization, and therefore what is the first-party data that you have with you, and what's the power of that? I think these are some of the basic signals that needs to be harnessed and needs to be mapped effectively, right? So the power of first-party data is becoming more and more crucial, especially given the fact that we are moving towards a more privacy-first world. There are more and more effective laws that are coming about, and as that happens, brands will end up relying lesser and lesser on platforms which are effectively data black boxes. Then building out your own first-party data is going to become a very crucial component for organizations to understand who their customers are, what is the user journey, how are they engaging with a brand, what is the customer life cycle, and so on. Okay, so connected TV, streaming the videos, this is something I spoke about. So again, this was a very large survey done of CMOs from around the world. Sorry, the font may not be readable, so I'll just read that. They were asked how much of your ad budgets are shifting towards connected TV or OTT. And across the board, if you see, so I just look at the orange and the blue range. Okay, so the orange and the blue, so this is 60 to 80%, and this is about 40 to 60%. And 17, so here about 51%. This is 50 again, 51, about 52%, and about 52%. So most CMOs are effectively saying they're going to be putting money and huge money into video and into connectivity. So the TV is going to very quickly become traditional TV, and connected TV is really on the rise. And one expected this to be taking very and very, very quickly just going to continue to increase the digital pie like anything. All right. Now, all of this does mean that, before AI simplifies everything, the current status of the ecosystem is that everything is too complex. And everything is, there are probably a dozen tools that are being used for different things as far as the marketing ecosystem is concerned. And that is something that, again, this service came out with. The confidence in the current solutions delivering cross-media measure. And, everything, I mean, so 40% in APAC and EMEA, almost CMOs are not confident in whatever solution they have. So that's a pretty big number. North America a little bit lower, but Latin America 35% as well. And 61% of CMOs say that their teams lack the capabilities to deliver on this. So there is a lot of complexity at the moment in the ecosystem. Too many tools, not sure which are the best products. New products keep on coming out. Now AI is a game changer, and that's where AI is going to help bring in more sophisticated tools, which can actually cut through the noise, and there will be simpler tools that are able to do a lot more and across a lot more market fronts. Right? So Martech's tool stack will become the AI native tool stack. Right? So every process that is there in the Martech engine can possibly be double clicked on and looked at more closely as to where can AI improve it, be it on content creation, be it on building better audiences, be it on better data processing, writing better code. And so this is already starting to happen. We will see, I think, holistic solutions come out in this space sooner rather than later. So, again, if you're looking at marketing today, then this is something that you should be sitting down with your teams on brainstorm. So, omni-channels to drive comprehensive mobile marketing, map the complete user journey, create effective retargeting, highly personalized content. So, these are just some examples of where AI is taking sort of a lead, but frankly, it's going to impact pretty much all areas of marketing. So, AI automation, that is a game changer, and effectively, it is going to ensure that brands are able to get the right ad at the right time to the right people. So, this is right now what the major platforms like you will talk about. But I think brands will need to and be forced to move away from dependency on platforms like YouTube. We already see that happening significantly. One of the best examples is how when we talk about e-commerce, the D2C movement has been phenomenal, right? This movement away from dependency on Amazon. And so many brands have done so well in D2C and are completely reducing their significant dependency on Amazon. These are some other things. I mean, this is the agency slide, which talks about the other areas that you kind of need to keep in mind. Mobile marketing must have on the left side are more content-led aspects. These are important trends, right? So while we focused on 4 key areas, these are not to be ignored. Video content, mobile gaming, emergence of the social hub, influencer marketing takes a personal turn, emphasis on user-generated content. So on the content side, these trends will continue to happen. These will shift from time to time. They may be focused on one or the other from depending on what are the activities that I'm looking at. For example, maybe during an IPL, it will be a lot more about the gaming side of things, and let go on maybe influencer marketing. But I mean, those kind of things keep on changing. And then the technology side of it, right? So making sure that you're getting your data across channels, so omni-channel marketing, full funnel attribution, evolution of e-commerce, and land retail. Right. So I mean, these are. I hope what I've been able to do is that if you're not looking at marketing as a revenue source, as something that you can monetize with, take a closer look at it. There is again a lot of opportunity there. There are newer formats come. Again, with AR and VR, there is going to be again more changes that will come, and how the data is having at this stage. This was my answer. Happy to take questions. Happy to take anything. Yeah.
And just put some elaboration on the, one of the slide you mentioned about you.
Correct. So what we were referring to there with the books. Yeah. So what we were referring to there was effectively a funnel, right? So your top of the funnel is going to be your marketing channels. Your middle of the funnel are going to be your engagement on your content assets. Bottom of the funnel is going to be either parts or it's going to be leads, and finally conversion is the sales. So again, what happens is that brands spend a huge amount of time focusing only on the marketing, and let's say just what the CTR is about. And oftentimes the data, the marketing data, is really not mapped and attributed effectively to the sales data. We find this the reality with large enterprises also, and the data sets never talk to each other. So this is a big challenge for huge number of companies. This is a global challenge. And so technology that is able to then do the complete mapping, which with user journey and effective attribution. So you need CDP solution for that. You need a DMP solution for that. So those are some of the technologies that will then help those update.
Can we take questions later? We have a hard stop for the next panel, so I'm sure Dhaval is around to take all the questions. So please take them later. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For discussion. Before we move on to the next session, I would like you to watch. We're going to play a video by HP. So HP's vision is to build the world's best platform for developing and deploying AI at scale. The strategy starts with HP Relay Cloud Platform as a unified experience across the AI lifecycle, which starts with building, training, tuning, and influencing AI models to organizations' unique needs. Can I request you to play the HP video?
The future we've been waiting for is about to arrive. By 2030, there will be more than 100 billion internet-connected devices. Devices embedded in the walls of businesses and homes, spreading through every industry. Making these connections is only the first step. Critical use cases such as telemedicine need a network that's both highly available and agile to deliver personalized experiences, enabling telcos to launch new services faster, unlock new revenue streams, and create new network slices to offer differentiated services on demand. For more than 3 decades, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise has been delivering technology services to the biggest carriers on the planet. We support more than 300 telcos in 160 countries, serving over 850 million subscribers, with 96% of the top 25 telcos using HPE infrastructure. Fast forward customer innovation, where the telco network meets the customer edge by bringing the cloud experience to the edge with innovative secure edge services such as private 5G networks deployed locally, on-prem, or remotely from the cloud. End-to-end AI-based zero-touch automation allows you to build a network based on simple models that are automatically deployed with real-time anomaly detection, paving the way for zero-touch operations. Now you can automate and optimize your open radio access networks, supported by a fully cloud-native 5G core, all underpinned by our carrier-grade HPE telco core and edge infrastructure. And the solution is offered as part of the HPE GreenLink Edge to Cloud platforms, allowing you to scale quickly as demands increase. Speed deployment from 30 days to 5 minutes, reduce costs by 25% in the RAM, stand up a new 5G core in under an hour. The opportunities unlocked by the edge to cloud transformation, coupled with end-to-end automation of both networks and services, will place telcos at the center of innovation, delivering boundless new opportunities. The future of telecom has arrived, and we are ready.
Well, that was HPE GreenLake, and if you have questions, the team is around to answer them for you. Moving on to the next session. In an increasingly interconnected world where the Internet of Things and smart technologies permeate every aspect of our lives, the need for robust cybersecurity measures has never been more critical. Today, this session will address the challenges and concerns of threats and vulnerabilities in the connected world, including best practices for data privacy, network security, and threat mitigation strategies. Our next session is on From Vulnerable to Victorious, Building a Secure, Connected Future, where we will explore emerging trends, share actionable insights, and highlight best practices for building a resilient cybersecurity posture in an ever-evolving threat landscape. And now I would like to call upon stage our panelists for this session. Mr. Anshuman Tripathi, Member, National Security Advisory Board, Government of India. Dr. Pawan Dubey, Chairman, International Commission on Cybersecurity Law and Advocate of Supreme Court of India. Mr. Govind Kumar Singh, Principal Advisor and Chief Technology Officer, Global Passport Seva Program, Ministry of External Affairs, the Government of India. The session will be moderated by Sukanta De, CEO, Stella Consulting. Over to you, Sukanta.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible? Yes. Yes. Very good. So I'd like to thank Voice&Data for doing this very important panel. As we live in a very interconnected world, just to give you a little bit of level of interconnection, it's absolutely amazing. You've got 70 billion IoT devices where human beings and enterprises are interconnected. We're already in the league of about 70 zettabytes of data, which is all floating around. And I don't think even Alan Turing in 1950s, who invented artificial intelligence, gave a thought that as quickly as 2024 will be actually tackling a juggernaut of data, which has to be sifted through artificial intelligence to make sense. And how computers keep on talking to computers and how computers get more and more intelligent. Now, I am very lucky to have not only 3 stalwarts in the panel, but 3 from 3 different directions. Of course, the most important thing is security itself. And who better than Mr. Tripathi, who is from the National Security Advisory Board of the Government of India, which is, as you know, in the PMO's office. And Dr. Duggal, who is a cyber expert lawyer, because somebody has to make the laws. You make the laws, then you have to define what is a cyber crime, then you have the cyber police and the cyber jail. This is a completely different layer of judicial intervention. So you need to make the correct laws to start with. And finally, of course, the person who holds the most important and secret civil and other data is Mr. Simli, who runs the entire government of India, phenomenal passport seva program, one of the most successful public utility programs in the area of data and all that, which has been run, and an example for any international companies who are stalwarts in that field. As you know, we have some hard stop for some senior panelists here. So I go straight into the question. Mr. Tripathi, if I may start with you, because security is the most fundamental layer. Given your role at the National Security Advisory Board, could you elaborate on the role of government in enhancing cybersecurity measures, both for national defense as well as for international? Would you say?
Thank you, Jason. So, I guess you can hear me in the back. Yeah. Somebody just waved up, so I said, you can hear me now. It's like the old Verizon thing in the US, they said, can you hear me now? Yeah. So, in the telecom sector, I suppose most of you might have seen that ad before. Thanks for this question again. Government's role is in almost everything that I can think of. But when we talk about national and international, we get into different roles and different positions. We're talking about where can we be victorious and where are we having vulnerabilities. The same exact activity could be a vulnerability and it could be a victory. If it's a vulnerability in our passport office, it's a vulnerability. If we can identify that in one of our adversaries or in one of those neighbors around us, I would give that officer of mine a say number. So it's the same on both sides. Now, what is fundamentally required is that we have to increase our water level of knowledge. We have to be aware on both sides of what are the new technologies which are there and envisage the new technologies coming in. This is where the private sector starts to play a critical and fantastic role. And I would like to say the people have interacted here today, and also the Indian private sector is now starting to look at it and the whole world as its oyster. We have so many new technologies where Indians are playing a role and Indian companies are playing a role. There are small countries in the world like Estonia, which is playing a key role in cybersecurity. But is India looking at only what Estonia is doing? In many of these panels, people must have compared India to European Union. As I always say, if my geography serves me right, Europe is a continent, India is a country. So, in that perspective, we are doing a multiple areas, and individually, I'm sure as questions go on, we'll take up each one of them as each sector as it comes up.
So, over to you, Dr. Dungal. You are the chairman of the International Commission on Cybersecurity Law, and that is the first and the most important thing is setting up the right regulation, because then only you decide what a cyber crime is relevant to the law. Then you have to decide the police, decide the judge, etc. So, as chairman of the commission, what are the critical legal and regulatory framework needed to ensure a comprehensive cybersecurity on a global scale? Comprehensive, sir.
Sir, I believe at the international level, there's a huge vacuum. Why? Because there's no one international cybersecurity law treaty. Forget about that. There's no international cyber law in place. The last distant cousin that I can see on the horizon is the Budapest Convention or the Convention on Cybercrime of the Council of Europe. But this is not a cybersecurity treaty, though they're now coming up with version 2.0. But while what this is happening, countries are saying, I am not going to wait. I'm going to come up with my own national laws on cybersecurity. So here is the paradigm paradox. On the one hand, you make the entire issue of internet transforming geography to history. On the other hand, you're now wanting to deal with this international paradigm, cybersecurity breaches, national legislations. But countries remain unready. So starting from China, who starts the trend with 3 national laws on cybersecurity, find the list is constantly growing on. Where countries are coming up with national laws on cybersecurity. When I compare that with what's happening in India, I find a huge policy gap. Why? Even today evening when I talk with you, India does not have a cybersecurity law. We have a national cybersecurity policy 2030, but that's remained a paper tiger for more than decade. Just give not clear. Therefore, we're now working on a national cybersecurity standard. But now, as we are going towards an interconnected world, where we are looking at these emerging technologies of not just blockchain, IoT, but more specifically, artificial intelligence and generative artificial intelligence. I think we need to focus on the cybersecurity and cyber legal ramification of emerging technologies. Well, 15th of August 2023, China has now come up with a new law on generative AI, which they have implemented, which have got certain parameters of cybersecurity for AI. We find has come up with a new law on artificial intelligence. It's got some ramifications on cybersecurity of AI. I look at the government of India. I look at the advisory of 1st of March 2024. The advisory given to all the AI service providers is that they will have to make sure that their artificial intelligence algorithms must not perpetuate bias or discrimination or must not interfere with the integrity of the electoral process. A small clarification comes in on 16th of March 2024, but I think it's a process of a journey going on. You cannot just come up with national laws, give them extraterritorial applicability, and expect the moon out of it. That's not going to happen. But yes, countries have taken the week out of the American model. America says, my laws apply across the world. Countries are saying, okay, I've got my national laws, but my laws will also apply across the internet, so long as it may be anywhere in the world. But if your actions are impacting the cybersecurity of computer systems or communication devices located within my territorial boundaries, I will achieve jurisdiction. But that's one bigger, shall I say, umbrella. Smaller umbrella is we might have sector-specific cybersecurity regulations for specific evolving technologies, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it's blockchain, whether it's kind of things, and whether it's now quantum computing at large. And that's one area where I think more and more countries will have to go on. Hopefully, the United Nations Ad hoc Committee on Cybercrime is working on a new international convention to prevent the misuse of information and communication technologies for purposes. Hopefully, there are some elements of cybersecurity there, but it's a long journey ahead. Until such time you don't reach to the goalpost, you must start taking national steps to protect our national interests.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dogil. May I now request Mr. Sidili, who is the principal advisor and the chief technology officer of the gigantic global passport saver program. Before I hand over the mic to him, I'd like to say that only a few months back, the Digital Personal Data Connection Act 2020 was enacted by the government of India, taking into account these sensitive data, personal and enterprise data, which are and the Supreme Court made it very clear, the lawmakers very clear that digital personal data is a fundamental right in Indian citizens. So it has a very large act. The law has also supposed to be passed by the parliament and it's interesting, but of course, it will take time. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Day. Let me also thank Cyber Media. Also to all my co-panelists on the dais. Let me dive down a little deeper because I am a So, in fact, when you look into the security at large, connected world at large, and if I come back to my own program, Passport Seva program being global in a sense, two things very quickly comes to my mind. One is how do we enable these services governance model, which I say to the last person standing in a village or in a corner. Right? And if that is the way I approach to a government enablement services at large, I think government, the biggest challenge of us is we do not make difference. When they say we do not make difference in terms of demography, geography, literacy condition, economic condition, so on and so forth. And when we are enabling these services, whether it is Passport Seva as a program, UPI as a platform, or any of these plethora of example like before, I think here we have proven enough saying that we absolutely do not make any difference. And I can quote for an example saying that today a service seeker on passport applying from a passport services of any urban city of India or a rural farmer or a villager or a laborer of the UP, Bihar, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, I do not make any difference. Absolutely do not make any difference. Neither they feel it, right? or let's say a diaspora applying from a Guatemala or a New York, I absolutely do not. Now, when we are enabling such services and cybersecurity vis-a-vis, when I look into it, how have we done that? One is enabling this kind of a governance model where not only government but industry at large, how we have partnered with them, how we have innovated a business model, how we have enabled our workforce at large, right? And while we are achieving all those one side, the other side, when I look at the data at large, like Mr. Tuggal and Mr. Ansuman has said, first and foremost thing what I have done at this stage, I have my own data stack. I always say that even before you attempt collecting some data from citizens at large or any part of no service seekers at large, have a data stack. And that data strategy should start with what kind of data I collecting. Is it a personal data? Is it a publicity data? Is it a public data? No, is it a sensitive data, non-sensitive data? From there itself, if you approach a data strategy, then the next point comes in once you collect the data. While collecting, now since these kind of laws are in place, let's for an example, DPD, is that the data collection stage, am I taking care of the principal owner of the data? Is that kind of a explicit consent or a consent have I taken from the principal owner of the data? While I'm collecting that data, part of the security principle also is that the applicability of the data is known to the principal owner, right? And if that is the way I have approached, then the applicability I'm doing as a fiduciary of the data, how am I applying the data for various purposes? For an example, if I have collected your data for giving a passport services, am I sharing that data, let's say, to Bureau of Immigration? If I'm doing that, where is the principal owner of the data? Is that he is somewhere in the picture, right? And on the process, when I'm doing that, what are the methodology you are adopting to keep that data safe and secure? For an example, I can put before while you collect the data itself, how do you keep your data? Is that the data you keep in encrypted mode, both in terms of data in transit and data in storage? Even if you are doing a encryption, what kind of encryption you are doing? Is it a kind of a AES kind of a encryption? Is it 192 bit, 256 bit? What kind of encryption is it? Right? How strong your encryption? That is the first principle. The second is, even if you have encrypted the data, the second layer is the user layer, the access control. Who is accessing that data? On what form he is trying to access? He is trying to view it, edit it, modify it, delete it. And when you are doing that, is it a role-based access kind of this least privilege kind of access of thing? Or what the kind of mechanism you have? That access control. And during that access control, another bigger thing which we have realized is, have you trained your workforce? How much training has been done to your workforce? For an example, entire passports in our ecosystem, the same workforce. Today I tell them my digital warrior. They know the digital ethos. They know the digital code what I'm trying to tell them, right? And then the next, going forward, if once you have done that, other principles like data masking, for an example, regular audit. Are you doing a regular audit of the data? Do you have even a kind of a sensitive data we are talking about? Do you have a data retention policy? What kind of sensitive data you are collecting? Do you have a retention policy of that data? Do you know how to dispose of that data if the intended use is over, right? And then next step is we must have a data backup and disaster recovery plan. If something has gone wrong, nobody can ensure or assure even today me saying that nothing will go wrong. But if something goes wrong, how quickly I can come back, how quickly I can recover, and what is my ERS strategy on that, right? And last but not the least, we all are talking about saying that law of the land, we must comply, which I call rules of India. That is compliance to the rules, compliance to the law. So if you approach your data strategy right from collection stage, through the entire life cycle of the data. Things look similar, much better, though you have to continuously work. So that's how I.
Thank you so much. In the interest of Mr. Dr. Duval has to leave now, I just want to request him to talk a little bit about, as you know, cybercrime transcends borders. So, because of the nature of the product, electronic product, you have a cyber crime being committed from somewhere in say Kazakhstan, but the actual crime happening in India. So, may I please request him how to strengthen the international cooperation on cybersecurity, effective address these type of global threats, which are likely to increase as we move forward.
You really require a catalyst even get the countries to start doing cooperation in cybersecurity. Right now, cybersecurity goes on a slightly lower pedestal versus protection and preservation of sovereignty, cyber sovereignty countries. So, you should that national interest, they're going to give you some information. India and the US. They have put in so many requests in cybercrime matters that the mutual legal assistance treaty group, the majority of these cases do not end up getting appropriate information. There was a survey done by CBI years back. It said that for typically, once in an average case, they ask for data from any foreign country. Under the MLAG rule, the normal time taken is 4 years and 3 months to get that data. And by that time, the syntax cause is gone, completely forgotten. I think today, countries have realized that their collective sovereignty is going to be impacted by the biggest force of today's times, artificial intelligence. Why? Because in July 2023, OpenAI has now started a new project. It's called the Super Intelligence Alignment Project, where they're saying give us 4 years. In 4 years, we are going to come up with a new super intelligence that will supersede human intelligence. So if the time has come now, we have put in the legal parameters on super intelligence now, then it's the right time. But by the time another 3-4 years, super intelligence comes in, that issue of trying to share information on cybersecurity features will be very, very pale kind of a puzzle of the priorities that are existing. So I think the countries are emboldened by the fact that there is no internationally accepted norms on sharing of information. Yes, look at the 24/7 network point of contact for cybercrime. It's also not being much working. The MLAC treaty or the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty is dead and gone. Today, that's the reason why, under the new proposed UN-ICT Convention to prevent the misuse of ICT technologies for rural purposes, they are talking of more informal collaborations between law enforcement agencies. But clearly, you cannot today effectively investigate, detect, and even prosecute cybersecurity breach without getting adequate kind of electronic evidence from stakeholders around the world. Why? Because the electronic evidence is not going to be physically in your own country. Yes, you can say my Indian laws are going to be applicable. You are the intermediary. You don't comply with this, I'll take action. How many times can we take action? How many times can we force these guys given data? Also, when they are saying that I'm American company, I'm governed by US laws, and the US laws have complete immunity by virtue of Section 30 of the Communications Decency Act. So clearly there's a huge disconnect or inconsistency between national laws. That's the reason international collaboration is still at a low zone. But yes, now with these common kind of challenges thrown up by artificial intelligence, by growing cyber crimes, I think hopefully there should be a new chapter that's going to be ushered in. Why? Because now the golden age of cyber crime has already begun with the advent of COVID-19. With fear and panic being weaponized, not just for cybercrime purposes, for cybersecurity purposes, it's in the collective wisdom for nations join hands together and contribute to the sharing of information on cybersecurity breaches. Because if we don't share information, no problem. It is X country's problem. Tomorrow it's going to be Y country's problem. So it's going to be a round robin thing. What's going one way is going to come back to you one way or the other. That's the karma of life. The quicker countries start collaborating in terms of sharing information, I think that is the best way forward. That's the crux of what international best practices will be. If you're waiting for international law, the United Nations has not been able to implement any kind of a law on cyber the last 70 years or so. So law is never going to be an effective role, but yes, proactive, persuasive cooperation has to be the mantra as we go forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gobal. I like Dr. Gobal. So thank you so much. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank everyone.
Thank you. Just to yeah, thank you, Dr. Gobal. Thanks. So, continuing forward, I'd like again go back to Mr. Tripathi. For this opinion, key strategies government can adopt to foster collaboration between public and private sector with better cyber threats activity. The government has, of course, a lot of access to new types of technologies and all that, and we also alluded to the fact that private sector can play an important role. So I request you to elaborate a little bit. So,
there are multiple strategies that are in place. If we look starting from the trusted telecom bill which came out, we have the trusted telecom coming in. The private sector is and shall continue to play a very significant role. You're coming up with new technologies. And when you come out with a new technology, you provide the opportunity for us to see whether it's only for the global good or could some nefarious people use it in negative ways. And that kind of an interaction between the government and its own private sector helps us realize what are the nuances and helps us actually draft more nuanced policies which can further help the private sector to grow. Now, the Make in India and Make in India for the World program, that's a significant area. From a global perspective, there are a lot of supply chains that India is getting part of. A lot of new treaties that India is getting part of. And they're also, like the Honorable NDA talks about, a very nuanced approach on how we interact with different countries. We get that kind of guidance from our leadership as well to look at how we actually structure the policy and the government and private sector interface. This is where I think we as a nation, in the majority from the time that we got independence to now, it is like your children's science project of how does a butterfly come from a pupa and become a full butterfly. We are also maturing. Our entrepreneurial spirit is seeing new forms. Make in India program is seeing new impetus, and going forward slowly grow. So both sides confidence, along with new capital infusion coming in from the venture capital community in the country itself, we'll see this all buttress into newer technologies which are completely Indian. And that will once again flow into the trusted program, trusted telecom, and other trusted technologies as technology, permeates into other walks of life. So multiple places we have our interaction going on. Does an answer for
Yes, of course. Thank you. Man, again, go back to Mr. Sinali. With the increasing digitization of the government services, what measures taken by the Ministry of External Affairs to fortify cybersecurity, resilience, and protect against cyber threats or attacks targeting critical diplomatic information and other sensitive information?
Absolutely. I think one of the strategy I talked about, having a data strategy and going forward. I'll talk about one of the model which I have implemented, which I call a data strategy moving forward with a data governance model. And when I say moving forward with a data governance model, typically I'm referring to four things. One side, the people; second side, the attribution model; third side, the rules of engagement, which is the compliance and regulation; and fourth side, the tools and technology. If I am defining a data governance model around that, do I really understand which I always say those 5 W's? And what are these 5 W's? The first W is your business at large. That is I call workload, right? That is the data, that is the workload. The second W is I call your workforce, the employees, stakeholder at large. That is the second W. The third W is the workflow. That is the application which is accessing the data. The fourth W, I told about workload, workforce, workflow, web, through which we will allow the access across the world or across the user and masses at large. And one more W is, I think, workload, workforce, workflow, web, one more W. So there are 5 Ws. And then once you have these 5 Ws intact around that data governance model, go back to see the data from 5 angles, those 5 Ps: your volume, velocity, veracity, variability of the data. Where is it coming from? How is it coming from? Who is it coming, accessing that data? What is the another size, type of the data? How I am accessing, storing that data? And once you understand those 5 Ws, 5 As in between the data governance model, having a data strategy, then I need to predict. The days are gone when we are thinking about doing something, reacting as a post facto. We are at a stage of proactively doing the thing. Why only proactively? But now I want to predict. If I want to predict, then I have to leverage this emerging technology. For an example, I'm leveraging now AI going forwards to Gen AI, where I can do a lot of behavioral analysis, so I can do a lot of threat detection and prevention, where I can do a lot of auto response kind of a mechanism, right? Where I can do which we call adversarial kind of a impact. So AI, a lot of us we are using AI, but let's assume that AI itself is a weakness that we call adversarial impact of AI. So Gen AI is a technology which can help you to deal with that kind of AI weaknesses, right? So if you have, as I again said, a holistic approach, a way of approaching the cybersecurity model at large, one side having a data strategy, having a data governance model, compliance to the rules of engagement, having those 5 Ws in place, having those 5 Ds in place, understanding end-to-end visibility and observability. Again, as I said, things look simpler, easier to monitor, manage, and having a kind of effective strategy. That's all.
Thank you so much for beginning of everything. We are of course kind of out of time, but I would encourage any one question the audience have for his if there are no questions, I would request Mr. Tripathy just to say, there is a question. Yes, please go.
Yeah. So it's the back it's just like recently there's no cyber laws. So right now all the cyber security issues, cyber breach is being dealt by the cyber policy only, or the different criminal laws what we already have, those are applicable.
I think depending on the kind of security issue you're talking about, they will go in different areas. And I give a very simple example in this situation. If you were looking at some technologies, for ransomware issues, somebody came up and said, well, one of the ways we want to look is you reverse engineer the ransomware, attack to see how the structure to come up with the antidote. Now, is there a reverse engineering law? Is the law allowed? And we were, amused in some ways to find that when we actually install software on our computers, like Windows or something, we all have to do that EULA, end user license agreement. But as per the case law in the European Union, if there's a bug in that code that you bought from a large company, I won't name any specific company, you have your legal right to reverse engineer a code to fix it yourself. Or we were not aware of it, but it was an amusing thing. So what law will matter will depend on also what kind of an attack you were victim to. So that is what, and this is a growing field. So many ways, it is better that we have far-reaching laws in multiple areas which can help us safeguard when the technology gets faster and outpaces the legal framework. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
So my question is related to, and you can answer. My question is related to more on the digital sovereignty side. Right? As I see in other markets apart from India, there are a lot of actually focus on sovereignty on the cloud services, right? Where the public sectors are actually taking the air gap solutions to build the cloud platforms for their own solutions, right? Across different public sectors and other regulated sectors. One thing which I don't find any relevant information in India, which I have seen some kind of traction which is happening outside India, it's on the connectivity and sharing of this information across these points, touch points. So let's say one particular sector, let's say defense sector. Let's take an example. Defense sector would like to actually leverage some information from Ministry of External Affairs. They are actually running in isolation. How we can actually share this information on a secure basis, provided both have different air gap. So a lot of conversations are happening across Indian market, US market, but unfortunately, I don't see that much conversations happening. So, any thoughts on that?
First of all, the first point I would like to say is, I appreciate your observation, but from this side to the private sector side, don't you see that as an opportunity for a startup and for investment from a venture capital community to actually utilize and exploit that space? So you answer the question for yourself. That is the starting place as a future. I don't know your background. I mean, you're probably already a tech entrepreneur and a unicorn leader yourself. It's another opportunity for another unicorn to come out of India. And excellent that this is what I like when I come to organizations like this and these interactions. But people have already done those that homework. We want it. Now all you have to do is take it forward and just let us know how we can enable you to take it forward in an excellent way. Excellent point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not fully agree. I personally will agree there are a lot of work to be done. But I have for an example. Now I'm sharing my data with Bureau, NAC, and so on and so forth. So there is something I call like-minded and like kind of the information which they need, and then it will come to cross-department, cross-ministry kind of a thing where we have to define those data strategy. How do we share such information? But that's already happening. It's not that it is not happening, but the other side, like I said, there I think industry has to play a very big feature, which I am doing in fact along with the industry itself. The last thing is I forgot about one W, I must say. That is workload, workforce, workspace. Which workspace you are dealing, workflow and when. Those are the 5 W's ones.
So thank you very much, Voice and Data. Thank you, my esteemed panelists, and a lovely audience.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can I put some questions for a minute? And we had Mr. Puneet Chopra, the Telecom CEO of HP India, give our guests token of our appreciation. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can we have a group photograph, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to play a short video by Sienna. Sienna's wave logic innovations have enabled an incredible 20 times increase in data traffic over fiber and more than 90% reduction in watts per Gbps in their customers' networks. Wave Logic 6 Extreme is the first solution to deliver 1.6 terabyte per second per wavelength 800G connectivity across networks with ease of deployment. Another world first to Siena's name. Let's take a look at this video.
At Sienna, we have always dreamed big. Our industry moves at the speed of innovation. The question is not just what we need now, but what you'll need next. 25 years ago, we delivered the first metro and long-haul DWDM system. We brought the first coherent solution to optical networks at 40 gig and 100 gig. We did it again with 400 gig and 800 gig. For the first time, we got real-time visibility into your network, the simplest way to double your fiber capacity, and the lowest power 400 ZR pluggable. We've always defined the new standard, and this time is no different. In an age when sustainability and power consumption are critical, your ambitious goals have always inspired us to challenge what others say is impossible. And we've done it again. 1.6 terabits per second for Metro TCI. 800 gig across the longest links. And 800 gig pluggables with the lowest energy consumption. Welcome to another world first. Welcome to WaveLogic 6, the new standard.
If you have any questions, the Sienna team is here to answer them for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the session that just ended was about security and cyber laws. And taking that a notch further, we have our next session on security in a hyper-connected world. Our world is more connected than ever before. While this brings incredible opportunities, it also raises critical security concerns. This session will address many crucial issues. I would like to call upon the stage Anil Chopra, Vice President, Research and Consulting, Cyber Media Research, to talk about security concerns and solutions. Anil has over 24 years of experience in the ICT media industry and now drives the strategic initiatives at CMR as well as the group's go-to-market practice. And after spotting the latest technology trend, he has conducted many path-breaking market study, technology priorities, and technology implementations across enterprises in India. Let's have a round of applause for Anil Chopra, please.
Thank you so much. So we had a really great session today, and I'm just going to talk about what security is in a hyper-connected world. So can I have a slide on screen, please? So while I talk about that, let me just tell you what hyper-connected really means. You've been hearing about all the data, telecom related data all this while, but let me just sum it up. Right, around 1.1 billion mobile registered users, 900 million broadband connections, around 159 million 5G subscribers. So we have more broadband connections than the population of Europe. We have more 5G subscribers than most of the countries. Only 8 countries have population more than the 5G subscribers that we have, and we have around 1.2 billion internet connections. How is that for hyper connected? And the story doesn't end there, right? Because now we have devices of all human connections. Devices, 50 billion IoT sensors and devices expected to be connected by next year. That's the kind of connection we're talking about. And then India is on its path to become a $1 trillion digital superpower over the next 6 years, right? So that all sounds very encouraging, but the job of the security folks in these companies becomes more and more difficult. So let me just tell you how difficult it is. So essentially, India ranked fifth most breached country in the world last year. Nothing to gloat about. In fact, we were seventh the year before, so we're actually moving up the ranks and being breached as well, right? That's about 5.3 million, stolen data records, and about, which is though it's lower than the previous year, but you can imagine the kind of numbers records that are being stolen. Some companies, these have all been publicly reported. You'll find them on the internet if you search more about them. I'm sure you would have heard of the breaches that happened in some of these companies. You must have been reading about them. The idea is that's the kind of breaches that we're seeing, and now it's becoming all public. About 761 attacks per minute. That's the kind of pace that we are really seeing. Average cost of a data breach has been 17.9 crore, and the highest has been around 19 crore. Any guesses what kind of attacks were those which were the costliest? Any guesses? Well, okay, ransomware, but there's a category: social engineering, right? According to Verizon, there was an interesting piece of information from Verizon about 3 years ago, and that still holds relevant. 85% of all breaches involve human interaction, which is social engineering, right? With phishing and phishing being the top of the concept, that is the highest number of attacks that happen. WhatsApp review scam that has been floating around nowadays. I don't know how many have been fallen victim to that or actually received a message from somebody on WhatsApp. Anybody? Everybody can show, yeah. So it's kind of become so common. You get a message from somebody saying that you click on these, subscribe to this YouTube channel, will give you, or every subscription will pay you some of money. Many people have been conned because of that, because they never pay anything. It's a scam, right? Ransomware. About 74% of mid to large enterprises last year were hit by ransomware, out of which about 44% ended up paying a ransom. 100 to 500,000 US dollars. That's the kind of money that is being given. That's how it's happening. Configuration errors. I mean, hybrid work is great. We've seen work from home happening, and last year, ever since the pandemic, everyone's been talking about hybrid work, but that has been a major cause of security breaches because employees are stressed out. They're working late nights, maybe all those things have happened, and as a result of which they make mistakes. And those mistakes can be very, very costly. But the most dangerous one now that is emerging are deepfakes. Okay, you might have read the news about, and of course, it's a popular figure. We all know it. But there was a deepfake video of him that had come in the news recently. Of course, it was caught. And of course, some headlines you can probably see there was a finance worker in Hong Kong that kind of prospered $25 million after his CFO in a meeting, video conference meeting with other executives that this person recognized, ordered him to transfer $25 million. Incidentally, neither the CFO nor the other people who were there were real; they were all deepfakes. And because of that, he actually ended up transferring $25 million. That's the kind of news that happened. And then the remaining news, all the three of these, they're all from India. Okay, they've all been on all the major news websites. You'll find that this is the kind of attack that is happening. So for me, if I see an attack that is happening very close by to a friend, I can imagine that now this is really, really common and it's going to become very good. I've heard of friends who actually fallen victim to what's the deepfake kind of attack, where somebody gets a call from mother of somebody gets a call that the son is pleading that I need dire help and transfer the money. The woman ends up transferring the money. That's the kind of attack that is really happening and becoming more and more serious. There's been a 10x increase and no basis on that. But deepfakes can cause a lot of damage to enterprises also. Now imagine a very senior and respected member of a company announcing that he is leaving the company and it's actually a deepfake that tumbles the stocks of that company. Okay. Things like that, fake news about a company, a key executive talking bad things about the customer. It can easily spoil the reputation of that company. So those are some of the things that can happen, can be caused by deepfakes. And By the way, it's real, it's happening, it's becoming more and more worse. Okay. So deepfakes obviously have hogged the entire limelight. So that's why, I just spent one slide on the other threats that happened last year. I've not spent too much time on all of them. I'm sure that you would have heard about some of them. Third-party exposure. While a lot of large companies end up fortifying their entire networks, they work with a lot of partners. We talked about a partner ecosystem, right? So they work with a lot of partners whose networks will not be secure. So that's a really good target for a lot of these, hackers to get into and use that as a conduit to access the company's network. That's the way that people are using cloud vulnerabilities. Number of workloads that are moving to the cloud is increasing. Okay, it was I think some 44% last year. This year it's going to be about 56% or so. That's the kind of workload increase that we're going to see. And cloud, of course, becomes a major target for hackers. And you're going to see more and more cloud vulnerabilities kind of emerge. I'll not spend more time on this. IT, IoT, I will talk about in a minute. But these were the major threats of 2023. What's in store this year? AI, we're using and exploring for a lot of great use cases. But then so are the hackers. They're also using AI to power their attacks. Okay. Deepfake as a service. It costs us less than 8 rupees. There's a website that running I create deepfakes for you for 8 rupees. That's the kind of attacks that are happening. It's a taking time bomb for eKYC. Okay, so it's just waiting to happen. So basically, they are getting more and more advanced. Nowadays, you can tell a phishing scam by the mail, the poor grammar in English that comes in an email. But GenAI is going to solve all that. It's going to write finely crafted email, and you won't be able to make out that it's opaque because the grammar in English is perfectly fine. Right? Well, yeah, I mean, if you so you need to have that kind of practice. But a lot of people fall victim to it. So just these are some of the uses of AI in different functions, and of course, about 50% of the organizations are going to use cybersecurity, according to a survey that was done by CISO. Other top threats are 2024. Okay, security in hybrid work environments, more supply chain attacks. Supply chain, right? That's the easiest way to hack into anyone. You install a patch update to a software which is already infected by hacker, and that kind of leaks into the network, and that's what they say is history. And we know some of those solar winds and all that. So a lot of attacks will happen. You can expect more of those. 400% rise in IT IoT kind of attack because there is integration happening between IT and OT networks. So expect a lot more increase in the attacks on critical infrastructure, whether it's private or government. That is likely to happen, right? So basically, I'm seeing that a lot of other attacks are going to increase in this year. Just real quickly, this was the last. I just added it quickly recently because apparently these 3 companies got hit by a ransomware attack on Infosys. So just recent news. So the way forward, I saw that in the last 3 years, we have seen security as one of the top agendas of most enterprises when it comes to spending on security. And I'm sure that now that we've entered 2024, we're going to do some more research and find out. I'm sure it will remain in the top 5, maybe it will remain the top investment for most companies. So what tech practices to adopt? Of course, zero trust architectures have to be enhanced. That is one way of kind of preventing or being safe from these attacks. Multi-factor authentication, we're seeing the market grow by 18% as far as multi-factor authentication is concerned. Right? Extended data detection and response. You cannot have just one tool for everything. You need to have a platform that can kind of detect and monitor and protect all the attacks. That's required. Okay. Edge security becomes very important. We have laptop and devices all over the place, so a lot more focus is required to protect against those. And the latest edition is quantum cryptography. A lot of discussion is happening around that to kind of on security. So what should be the new approach to security? I feel is that prevention is better than cure. It's always important to stay on guard. Security is no longer something that you wait and watch for something to happen and then do something about it because it takes a long time, money and reputation to do the cleanup act. Just to be proactive. Make sure that you're kind of on top of things. Employee training. We talked about we just discussed that quickly. Being able to have a proper incident response, because when the moment company gets attacked, a lot of things have to happen, a lot of people have to be informed. How is your, what's your incident response? What's the speed of that? A lot of companies have now started testing that out, make sure that things happen really quickly. Of course, there is to compliance and other regulatory norms that has to remain, you have to remain on top of it. And third-party risk management, right? You have less protected networks of partners, and you want to be able to protect those so that you don't end up getting hacked on somebody else's. So we can easily say this is the year of the CISO. But before we go start celebrating, let me tell you what it really means to be a CISO now. There is risk, there is legal charges, there is security strategy, there is not just technology, right? Crisis management, compliance. In fact, some of the people, CISOs of the companies, that are responsible for supply chain attacks are still facing legal charges. They are kind of face a lot of that globally. Expect that to also happen in India as well. So a lot more responsibility for the CISO is expected this year. That's the kind of thing that's happening. Anybody who here, CISO here, or responsible for security, it's going to be a tough year. So that's all I had to say. Thanks a lot. I hope you found it.
Thank you, Anil, for that session. And if there are any questions for Anil, he's around. We're not taking questions right now, sir, because we have the awards now. But Anil is around, and you can please put your questions to him, and he'll be happy to answer. Thank you so much. Well, we now come to the most exciting, as they say, part of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, welcome to the Voice and Data Awards for Excellence. Today, we will celebrate excellence, innovation, and outstanding achievements in the telecommunications industry. We will honor visionaries, trailblazers, and game changers who have shaped the landscape of telecommunications and propelled our industry forward. From groundbreaking technologies to transformative strategies, each award recipient represents the epitome of excellence and dedication in their respective fields. I would now like to call upon Mr. Himanshu Gupta, Country Manager, Telecom, Media and Entertainment, HPE India, and Professor N.K. Goel, President, CMAI and Chairman Emeritus, TIMA, to please present this set of awards. Let's begin with the Voice and Data Awards for Excellence in the first category, and the category is Network Infrastructure. An award goes to AT&T Global Network Services India Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. To receive the award, I will call upon stage Mr. Arun Karna and Mr. Vikram Sharma. For its managed data infrastructure, or MDI, an agile vendor-agnostic platform, enabling seamless multi-cloud adoption with usage-based consumption for enterprises across sectors and sizes. Congratulations. Moving on to the next category, Business Process Innovation. And the award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom. To receive the award, let me call upon stage Mr. Rahul Joshi. For its transformative customer experience, digital twin project leveraging data analytics to enhance customer experience and network performance, enabling proactive real-time actions by field team. Congratulations. Again, in the category Network Infrastructure, the award goes to also Reliance Jio Infocom. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we invite Atul Singh Magar and Sunny Khanna to receive the award on behalf of Shabmari. Congratulations. The next category, IoT And the award goes to Vodafone Idea Business. And to receive the award, I would like to call upon stage Ranjit Suraj Singh and Mr. Bhushan Sethi. Vodafone Idea Business. For IoT Smart Central, a future-ready, fully integrated self-care IoT connectivity and real-time device management platform, powering over 10.5 million IoT connections across use cases and countries. Congratulations, team Vodafone Idea. And we have another winner in the IoT category, and that goes to Reliance Jio Infocom. And to receive the award, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Puneet Agarwal and Mitali Chauhan. Big round of applause, please. For its revolutionary Jump, a transport management platform that connects 1 million electric vehicles, promoting safety, efficiency, and sustainable mobility, significantly contributing to the SDG. Many congratulations. Moving on to the next category, communication platform, and the award goes to GeoThings Limited. And to receive, may I call upon Rajat Dhawan and Rahul Garyan, please. Round of applause for their GeoThings Limited. For its GeoCX communication as a service platform, providing a single window solution for connectivity and market solutions across multiple channels, serving as a strategic partner for businesses of all sizes. Congratulations. And over to our next category, which is the Make in India Award, and that goes to Tejas Network Limited. We'd like to call upon stage Somnath Kota, Ranu Malhotra, Pradeepa Shastri, and Rajiv Kumar Pandey. Big round of applause for them, ladies and gentlemen. Make in India for its CJ40 family of access and aggregation routers, the first product in the world to convert mobile broadband RAN via broadband access, accidental Ethernet, and IP MPLS routing to this single product. Congratulations. And the next category is multilingual internet. And the award goes to Reliance Jio Infocom. To receive the award, I would like to call upon Neha Shah and Shakugan Yadav. Big round of applause. For its AI-powered skill development platform, enabling digital inclusion through real-time language translation using AI to address challenges of linguistic diversity for a better digital learning experience. Congratulations. And the last category, network services. And the last category, using it up on the last category, it's network services. The award goes to Geo Platforms, and to receive the award, let me call on stage Jeevan Talegaonkar and Kapil Kapoor. A big round of applause. Strategies and cutting-edge technologies, including the network and advanced approach to deploying private networks with ease at a reduced cost. Many congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for very honest. It's because of all of you we see all the game-changing innovations that make consumer experience supreme. So from success, we now move on to sustainability. The next session, a quick fireside chat on sustainable connectivity, navigating the intersection of technology and environmental responsibility. In an age where connectivity fuels progress and innovation, it's imperative that we also consider the environmental impact of our technological advancements. Today, we gather to delve into how we can navigate this intersection, ensuring that our pursuit of connectivity is aligned with principles of sustainability and environmental stewardship. Due to last minute cancellation of his flight, Mr. K. Rajaraman will not be able to join us in person for this fireside session. However, he will join us virtually for the award ceremony. But the other panelists for this fireside chat, let me invite on stage Mr. Ankur Jain, MD, Media Tech India. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Rahul was Chief Regulatory Officer at the Airtel, and the session will be moderated by Pradeep Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group.
So I'm sure I would be audible without the mic. So, good evening, Anku. Good evening, Rahul. It is really a pleasure to have this discussion. ESG goals have been much in the news. Everybody has been concerned about. Let's just concentrate on the key part, which is the environment. Now, it's a fact that as far as the telecom industry is concerned, almost 3 to 4% of the world's energy is taken by the telecom sector. Therefore, it becomes very, very important for us to address this issue. India needs to reduce its carbon footprint, and therefore, this issue is something which is of paramount importance. So let me start with you, Rahul. One of the big areas where energy is used is, of course, in the tower industry. So let's start first talking about that and your views on it.
I think it's a very relevant question you have asked for a perspective. For example, in this country, the largest consumption of electricity is carrying is wind. The second largest consumption is by the telcos. If I look at it on a global scale, I think today 58% of world population, which is around 4.7 billion, has access to mobile internet. With that, and if I look in terms of the GDP, nearly 5.5% of the world GDP is mobile and mobile applications. So this amount of GDP, this amount of usage, to do that, if I take just my country, we just rolled out 5G amongst 2 operators. We're able to roll out more than 2.5 lakh towers. So to spread up this infrastructure to reach to the places where you are going, you require to set up networks. You require to set up networks to also consume the power. Typically, we are talking about 5 to 10 kilowatt per site. So the amount of energy consumption you are doing is really very, very high. The fact is that the country has got its own goals on environment. As telcos, we have made some targets for ourselves in line with basing norms, for example. And so it's very important that we try and frame the policies and our practices as telcos to be able to.
So what are some of these norms that have been set up?
So basically, it's for example, what is the amount of carbon footprint reduction you can, right? So that is one of the things. There are norms set up by the government today on mandate on how do you, for example, manage e-waste. Right? There are large consumption of electronics happening. Mobile handsets, for example, are also covered in mandate, and so are so many other electronic goods. In fact, the industry has been discussing with Mr. Environment to see how we can manage, navigate the rules better, that we are able to roll out, without any pain. So there are these norms which are existing. And the government has been very proactive in actually looking at some of the various things which are happening in this sector, particularly how do we access clean energy.
So, Anku, uh, as was just now said by Rahul, that there are going to be these data centers, and there are going to be these networks which are going to be guzzling a lot of energy. You come from a chip background, right? So you are powering the entire telecom industry. So what do you think is being done on that side of the business to ensure that the power consumption of networks goes down or data centers goes down? So
Yeah, that's a relevant question. But definitely this environment is and energy etc. is not big issue. So if you see, go back a bit, if you see from 1850 onwards, the climate, the temperature increased over 40 degrees, which is a big change. And I think they're going towards 1.5.
yeah, and that is the danger point. So just point to
that's
that.
an inflection point. So, so really, this is a very important topic, and I think all of us need to pay attention to it. So, talking about chip, or let's say a smartphone. So maybe I would talk a bit about the smartphone value chain. Whenever we use a smartphone, let's say AI or even to streaming, it needs a lot of energy, not only on the device, but also on the data center that you mentioned, right? So we have to see the improvement in energy aspects of the device, the data centers, and also the manufacturing aspect. So we see the entire value chain, and maybe starting with data centers. We have the cloud, AWS, Google, etc. Now, what are they doing to improve, make it more green, right? And I know that many of these data centers are using green energy in terms of wind or solar. I think that's the kind of aspect which everyone is working, and they have to need to do more and more of that. So we don't realize, but whenever we do just a simple, let's say Google Map search or simple AI inference, it actually needs a lot of energy, and we don't realize, right? So this data center aspect is one big puzzle which is being solved, and that is as we go along, that really needs to work out. The second is about the device, and I think device, as you mentioned, we have chip of the device. So from MediaTek point of view, the chip is also energy guzzler. What we have done is that we are using the more advanced nodes, for example, 2 nanometers, and later this year we have announced 3 nanometers. So that itself has a lot of inherent energy efficiency. So that on the device, it helps to preserve the battery, and in the sense that it helps to conserve energy. So energy conservation is very important.
What percentage energy improvement can come because of what technologies are being developed on that area?
40% fixed.
Okay.
Just by improving technology, the chip. Not on the device, on the server, on the cloud, GPUs, etc. I think all these devices, everyone was doing very, very hard to make these chips efficient. Because if you see any data center, it has thousands of GPUs, right? Now, if the each chip is able to save 30%, 40%, over a multiplier effect is amazing. Right? So that is also happening as we speak. And on the manufacturing side, from the India, and you see the news recently, we saw that more and more fabs are being started now, which is great news, right? And that was the last 20 years which was missing the India value chain. So the fabs are coming up in India. So I think it's right time for the regulators to see how can fabs be more energy efficient. Because it's really apps manufacturing is there's a big energy business in terms of water, of energy. So if we at this point itself, if we improve the way those are coming up, that will be very
Rahul, Anku talked about mobile phones and so on. So let me shift gear and from energy, let me also move to another part of the environment, which is about waste. Because obviously, if we are talking about that every year, now what is the number of cell phones that we sell every year? Maybe around no,
30 billion smartphones.
right. So that many number will be wasted or will be going into dumps as well, right? So Rahul, in terms of this entire waste that is going to come up, I know you are not a mobile manufacturer, But as part of the industry, what should be done in terms of ensuring that there is proper these cycles that are created?
I think e-waste, as I told you, there is a full charter which has been given by the ministry on how are you going to process waste, who is responsible, and if you are not doing it, then you are supposed to be actually buying something green certificate sort of a thing. So I think that's the sort of a charter which is there. Now, I think on e-waste, philosophy has to be very simple. Can we reduce? Can we reuse? Can we recycle? All of those 3 R's, that's where the starting point of this discussion. Let me dwell deeper to green energy. Say that as telcos, we are very conscious of how fast are we able to make our network. For example, as Airtel, we already have 7 large data centers, 120 data centers, and we are trying to see that at least 1/4 of them already. There are opportunities which are available even on towers. We with our partners have been working out to see how fast we can use in terms of e-waste, in terms of
but just hold on. This green towers has been there now, for at least 1.5 decades. But even then, the percentage of green towers is 2% even today.
I think that's not the way to look at it. Let me say like this: in 1.5 decades before, did you have as many number of towers? Answer is no. Right?
Every new one that was coming up would have been green.
No, that's not so easy to do. There are first of all challenges in even solarizing your sites. Solar, energy is not consistently available across geographies. The equipment cost has been one of the factors in the past. Maintaining these solarized sites is also a challenge, particularly in rural areas. You actually have to deploy sometimes people to clean up the solar cells, but otherwise the efficiency of the site itself is not.
Yeah. Disposal of solar waste is another issue. In fact, in today's papers, there was this thing about the number of kilotons of solar waste that will get generated. So we keep that for another day.
I'd like to add something on the e-waste. From the enterprise side, I think a lot of schools and corporates really have to do their bit to make sure the e-waste, let's say the desktop, laptop, desktop exposed. They need to follow some rules. But I think from the end user side, that is still something which is missing. As I think we discussed earlier, that can be, the self-discipline will not really work. And we have to see that if I have to dispose my self-work, how do I do it so that there is no environment? I think that's a place where we have to still say. But from enterprise side, I think we agree that this does work pretty well. I think most organizations are mandated to follow e-waste policies and make sure that it doesn't really harm their environment. But yeah, the end user side, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but even from the industry side, and by the way, this is not just true about mobile phones and so on. As I was giving you an example, that if I'm throwing a blade, all right, I just take it and dump it. I take batteries and I just dump it into the thing. Medicines expire, and you just take the expired medicines and just throw it in the dustbin. So perhaps with each and every item, there should be a disposal policy that should be written down on the packaging. That this is how we should be disposing that off. So is it self-regulation that will work, or is it necessary for us to mandate certain things? I mean, your views on this?
I think the mandate is already there, as I shared. A lot of FMCs and quite good companies already covered. As telcos, we are also covered in certain states. In fact, whenever we are giving out our
mandatory in what way? Packaging, there is no disposal instruction for each.
No, there are. If you look at equipment, actually there are instructions. And irrespective, there is a law to be followed, right? So whether you are educated about it or not, ignorance of law cannot be a way.
I understand ignorance of law, but
I think what is more important is that how far are we trying to educate our stakeholders. That is a larger piece of our. For example, our customers are aware of what is their responsibility now. But are they aware or are they aware of the router which is sitting at their home? How is that what would be taken care of? These are the challenges which are. I think there are two road journeys out. One is if we take this charter of saying that we have to manage this better, and there is a framework and guidelines which have been created by the industry, which have been done very collaboratively with the industry. So there is a road ahead. The environment ministry also recognized that it's easier said than done able to implement this. That's why they created this concept of actually buying out green credit points. If you are not able to, so green credit points actually give you assurance that you are doing something green for this particular amount. So I think those are the roads which I think. I was talking to people. You'll be surprised today. It's less about being sometimes. It's actually about theft. Recently, we have seen a large amount of telecom equipment actually being stolen right across the sites. Where is it going? It's landing up in parts of the world where there are restrictions of trade, right? So that's a different part of a challenge. It's a huge challenge for us. So at one end, we are trying to stop the leak, and at the other end, the equipment is actually going out of our own hands. So there are different types of challenges in this state, but I think equipment gets stolen. Yeah. And those there are trade barriers around this world which have been applied. Out of that, there is a shortage of. And what it's not only happening in India, it's happening in other parts of Southeast Asia.
That is very yeah. So just continuing the same regulation or self-governance. What are your views?
But on the enterprise definitely regulation it is working. On the self-governance side, that's where the challenge lies. And that's where probably if you see we talk about Buddhiwala, right? In India we have Buddhiwala which are able to recycle the newspapers and so on. Because the individual is monetized to some extent, very small. So yes, we can actually encourage people by somehow monetizing the waste. Right? That could probably work. Maybe it's a small thing, but it has worked in the So,
but even the Ratiwalas need training. Yeah, so how to dispose of different kinds of things. Are they equipped to be able to dispose of all the electronic stuff that comes
many things, for example, they do well with that, but something like a thermocouple, they would just put in the land. So absolutely, even they need to be trained.
Consciousness is for example, recently we collaborated to change the plastic SIM card to a PVC. Consciously, whatever you can do, go to recycle. Daily try to do that already. It's a continuous journey. You cannot have a change like tomorrow or even like 3 years down the road. If you set up really big goals for yourself and say, okay, this is what I really want to achieve, and so on.
So far, it's not really the KPIs of organizations.
I disagree. No, I disagree. Because if you go to they are listed in it. SEBI has got a mandate on ESG. SEBI actually monitors your progress on the commitments you're making and what you're doing on these issues. Right? So, and there are annual reports available. So they have sections covering environment. Our own company does it, I'm sure. And SEBI very frequently monitors what we're doing. So I think in terms of framework, we are there. In terms of self-regulation, which is always, by the way, the best model one. Yeah. I think there also I see a lot of serious responsibility. A lot of players, my friend out there also. These are big companies now. These are not companies who are going to take environment as a light bulb. A lot of investors, when they look towards you, actually look at your initiatives and your commitments towards the goals. So I think it's inherent virtuous cycle which has been created now. We're very conscious about what we need and friendly towards it.
So I think Cleartech also has zero emissions goal by 2050. Right. So that is being followed very religiously by the actually office. How do we achieve that in terms of looking at the value chain and what can be done to improve the ESG component of that. So we do have that kind of.
Okay, so now it is getting into the KPIs. It is already there on the KPIs of organizations.
Very serious.
And I think that is indeed a good thing. What about, I'm sure people don't talk about it, but there's some amount of energy also goes into, let's say, the fiber optics cables and stuff like that. And perhaps, again, not specifically your area, but as industry experts, any comments on, the fiber optics and so on, and the amount of energy that.
I think we are being very critical. You can also see at the good sides. Absolutely. Yeah. So using Zoom calls and avoiding the travel and using certain paperless.
Yeah, but we are going back now to physical stuff. But anyway, yeah. But you are right. There is a shift that has taken place over the last 3 perhaps that so that we don't guzzle as much energy.
I think the shift is quite evident. For example, 5G is more energy efficient. The new handsets you are getting are more energy efficient. Even the battery sizes, the battery life is much bigger than it used to be. The example of Zoom is a very relevant example. Using instead of the spam because of. But on the other side, the flip side, for a country which was not so digitized, now actually very much digitized, right? Take an example. Nearly as an industry, I think only less than 35-40% recharges need to be obtained for virtual or digital mode. After the pandemic, during the pandemic, it really shot up to around 75%. And by the way, it has not gone down. We are still at around 65%. I think there's a competition to behavior which has happened. Digitization is a very big thing. For a country which literacy is not fully spread out, amount of awareness of people have, the billions of transactions happen. Yes, I was a long way to show how people really take up. And I'm sure on Green also, consciousness will start happening.
Yeah, so essentially what you're saying is that the telecom industry has contributed in several ways in different kind of processes that have actually reduced the energy footprint. Actually, that was my purpose of trying to provoke both of you so that
good job at that then.
So it was a deliberate act of trying to provoke you so that we could actually come out with what really is happening in these areas. You're absolutely right. The telecom industry for the last 2 decades has been conscious of the fact that it has to move towards zero footprint. It has been heading in that direction. There is work which has been going on in terms of ensuring that whether it is the TAR network, whether it is the other the soft network which is there, or in terms of in each and every area there should be energy efficiency in terms of mobile handsets and so on. But I think we still have many miles to go, many things to be done with that. So with that, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the very rich discussion on a topic which is of prime importance to each and every person sitting in this. Thank you.
May I request the panelists to just stay on the stage for a moment and PG to present them to the token of our appreciation. I know everyone has this urge for a quick tea or coffee right now, but we have our last set of 3 awards and then we will be opening up tea and coffee outside. So please bear with us for some time. Take a quick photo with all 3 of you. gentlemen. We actually had a session with the Telecom Secretary, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, but he had to fly out to Geneva, and hence he has shared a video message for the TLM forum. Let's have a look at that video message.
Sandeep Gupta, Chairman, Cyber Media Group, Mr. Shubhendu, Editor, Voice and Data, esteemed industry leaders, guests, friends from the press. It is indeed a momentous occasion today for India as we witness its glorious rise in the telecommunication space. If you look at any numbers for the growth of the sector in India in the last decade, all numbers reflect to a double-digit CAGR, whether it is internet penetration rates, whether it is growth of mobile phones, growth of smartphones, broadband, speeds. If you look at the cost of data, it has been reducing almost to nil. Our data rates costs are almost the lowest in the world. The achievements have been possible only by our industry partners, the Department of Telecom, regulators, all of us working together. And of course, the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister has been key to also propelling us to a resurgent Bharat in the export space. India has become an exporter of telecom equipment from being an importer. The India story doesn't stop here. We achieved another groundbreaking feat when we rolled out the 5G networks in a record time of 1 year. The world has been envious, and all of you have witnessed massive improvements in speeds. If these speeds are a testament of what you're actually feeling in the use of technology, there are innovations continuing to use this 5G technology in AR, VR, in applications which involve low latency, ultra high reliability, for example, telemedicine. And the government is continuing to work by establishing, for example, 100 5G labs, which were announced by again the Honorable Prime Minister across the country, to involve students, develop use cases which are relevant to their socio-economic environment. The impact of 5G transcends technological advancements. It is a catalyst for economic growth, fosters innovation, creates new industries and jobs, and improves productivity across all sectors. 5G has thus the potential to propel India's economic engine to even greater economic heights. The social benefits are equally promising. 5G can be a tool to bridge the digital divide, bring access to education, healthcare, government services to even most remotest corner of our nation. This technology has the power to empower the nation and unlock every citizen's full potential. India's rapid 5G rollout positions us as a global leader in technological advancement. This achievement is a testament to our collective will and unwavering commitment, progress, led by the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Minister of Communications, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, the Honorable MOS, Shri Devu Singh Chauhan, my entire team at DOT, and of course my able predecessor, Mr. K. Rajaram, who laid the groundwork for such remarkable achievements.
Thank you for that video message. I now invite Mr. Rohit Sharma, Advisor Operations, Department of Telecommunications, to say a few words. Mr. Rohit Sharma, round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware that Secretary DOT Dr. Neeraj Mittal is in Geneva to attend one IT conference. He is not able to come here. On behalf of him, I am Rohit Sharma, Advisor Operation DOT.
area, and I will address all of you. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Voice&Data for organizing Telecom Leadership Forum. This conference saw the participation from leaders of the telecom industry, international speakers, network heads, SEOC, Linesview, Airtel, Vodafone, and others, and startup founders, along with the top policymakers and technology experts on security, 5G services, and the new digital platform. The Department of Telecommunication is also working along with the industry. For example, fastest 5G rollout, as our Duty Secretary has told, that India's telecom market is one of the fastest growing telecom market in the world. This is evident from the smooth rollout of the world's largest 5G network across India, making it the largest 5G network in the world, and crossing the 100 million subscribers in December 2023 by installing more than 4 lakh BTS in the country. The achievement is a testament to the unwavering hard work of all those who have worked hard day and night to make this impossible thing into possible in the shortest time. This comes with the continuous support from the government and dedication of the industry. The Indian government has been very supportive of the development and adoption of 5G technology in the country. It has been working on formulating policies and guidelines to facilitate the deployment of 5G network in the country, which includes spectrum allocation, regulatory framework, and infrastructure development. June 2022, India's Union Cabinet, chaired by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, approved the spectrum allocation of fifth generation 5G telecom network services. Within a month, action started. This reflects the early preparedness and proactiveness at the highest level. The government made 5G technology available in the country. On 1st October 2022, Honorable Prime Minister launched 5G services in the country, and within 15 months of the 5G launch, we have crossed 4 lakh sites and 100 million subscribers. Government has also been providing policy support and incentive to encourage domestic manufacturers of 5G equipment and devices. Policies like PLI, production-linked incentives in electronics and telecommunication manufacturing, are steadfast in making India a global hub for electronics manufacturing. By providing financial incentives, the government is successfully creating a preferred global manufacturing and production hub that aims to attract investment, create employment opportunities, and reduce the country's dependence on imported electronics goods. And now we are in a position to export our technology also. The government has introduced many telecom reforms, such as the Spectrum Regulatory Sandbox, Wireless Trust Zone. Government has issued guidelines for the Spectrum Regulatory Sandbox, foster innovation, enhance ease of doing business, promote Make in India in the telecommunication sector. These initiatives provide a simplified regulatory framework, facilitate research and development activities, promoting exploration of spectrum band, and driving technological advancement. The requirement of wireless operating license under Section 4 of Indian Telecom Act 1885 have been abolished altogether. Henceforth, no separate wireless operating license required by any licensed entity under Section 4 of Indian Telecom Act. Removal of approval requirements simplify the licensing process, saving time for the telecom services providers, and aligning with the initiative of Department of Telecommunication, drive innovation and improve the ease of doing business telecom sector. Not just limiting the manufacturing, R&D, but the government is pushing heavily for design in India. The government reports are poised to elevate R&D spending in India, providing strategic guidance for research, innovation, and entrepreneurship while encouraging greater private sector involvement. The schemes like Telecom Technology Development Fund (TTDF) provide financial assistance to startups, academia, and domestic industry members and institutes involved in R&D, enable affordable engineers, broadband and mobile services for every home and corner of the country. In the TTDF, we have funded more than 260 crore across 8 proposals so far, covering areas such as 6G, advanced optical communication, quantum technology, network security. It's worth mentioning that we have already taken up the lead in early development of 6G and formed apex committees like Bharat 6G Mission and Bharat 6G Apex Council, comprising of members from government, industry, and academia. Government of India has also released a 6G vision document last year. In this year, October 2024, we are going to organize WTMA 2024 from 14th October to 24th October, along with Indian Mobile Congress in October. It is a great event in support of ITU. We are combining and organizing this event in India. The Indian telecom industry is tirelessly working towards further rollout and expansion of affordable and reliable 5G services. Their hard work, dedication, and collaboration have been instrumental in achieving our shared goals. This success is a reflection of our collective partnership and the collaborative spirit between government and our telecom industry members. Thank you once again. Let us continue to strive for greatness. This ever-evolving telecom ecosystem. Thank you.
Mr. Sharma. And as we say, saving the best for the last. And in this case, we have saved the most prestigious and grandest for the last. Ladies and gentlemen, we start our Telecom Leadership Awards ceremony. Here we celebrate the visionaries and innovators who are shaping the future of communication. The telecommunications industry is witnessing a constant worldwide wave of progress. It connects us across continents, fuels innovation, and drives economic growth. But none of this would have been possible without exceptional leadership at the helm. It's been a tradition at Voice&Data to recognize and felicitate the movers and shakers across 3 top categories: Telecom Person of the Year, Pathbreaker of the Year, and Lifetime Achievement Award. These awards celebrate the remarkable achievements of leaders who are driving the telecommunications industry forward. Their dedication and vision are paving the way for a more connected and innovative future. For this, our jury members met on the 30th January 2024 at India Habitat Center to discuss and deliberate the names of the nominees received to the final winners. I would like to have a special mention to our jury members here. The jury was chaired by Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO, CDOT, co-chaired by Mr. Sanjay Nayak, co-founder Tejas Networks, and by Pradeep Gupta, Chairman Cyber India Group. Other jury members also include Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, Director General ISPA, Pankaj Mahindra, Chairman ICDA, Shyam Prabhakar Madikar, Group CTO, Mobility, Reliance Jio Infocom, Ganesh Lakshmi Narayanan, CEO, India Airtel Business, Ankur Jain, Managing Director, Media Tech, and Professor N.K. Goel, President, CMAI Association of India and Chairman Emeritus, TIMA. I would now like to invite our jury chair, Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyay, CEO, CDOT, to say a few words on the jury process and the experience they had while deciding the winners.
evening, everyone. This award is a prestigious award. It's been running for many years, and the process is highly transparent. In the first phase, we invited the nomination online, and experts were also contacted on phone to suggest some names. So totally, we received 108 nominations, and these 108 nominations were brought down to 5 each in each category. Telecom Person of the Year, and the Lifetime Achiever Award. So finally, when the jury met, so 15 names were discussed, and the jury is quite distinguished, as you see from the members of the jury, and unanimously we decided the winners, and this did not happen in one phase. So initially 5 were brought down to 3, then 3 were brought down to 2, and finally after a lot of discussion, unanimously we decided the final winner. And I can see some of the jury members here, and with their cooperation and the help of other co-chairs, we could finally decide on the winners. Thank you.
Dr. Rajkumar, Dr. Wale, I would just like to request you to be on stage. And may I also invite other jury members who are present here to join him on stage. I would like to invite Pankaj Mahendru, Chairman ICEA, Anku Jain, Managing Director MediaTek, Professor N.K. Goel, President CMAI, and Chairman Emeritus TIMA, and also Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman Cyber Media. So are we all set? Starting with the first prestigious leadership award, the Voice&Data Lifetime Achievement Award. And it goes to Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani, Chairman and Managing Director, Reliance Industries. Landscape, Keshav Mani stands for leader of transformative leadership. His visionary outlook, strategic acumen, and relentless pursuit of innovation have not only revolutionized the sector, but also has been instrumental in shaping India's digital aspiration. Through his visionary leadership, he has democratized connectivity, catalyzed the data revolution, and bridged the digital divide empowering individuals across societies. His steadfast commitment to fostering indigenous technological capabilities has contributed significantly to the development of a homegrown 5G ecosystem, propelling India towards self-reliance and unlocking profound economic opportunities. Let's put our hands together for the Lifetime Achievement Award to Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani and Kapil Ahuja, CEO of the North Region of the Reliance Jio, to receive it on his behalf. Truly deserved, and what more could we say about Mr. Mukesh Ambani? The man has changed actually the data revolution. I'd like to say a few words, Mr. Kapil. So we have Matthew message, but we will take that a little later. You take that in the next section. Moving on to the next award, the Voice&Data Pathbreaker of the Year Award. This award has been bestowed upon 3 leadership categories. 1 is an organization and 2 are individuals. This year, the award goes to the Department of Telecommunications, Mr. Matthew with President Reliance Jio, and Mr. Gopal Mittal, Managing Director and CEO, Bharti Airtel. The leadership and groundbreaking initiatives of three discerning industry leaders have been pivotal in laying the foundation for the seamless deployment of world's largest 5G networks within record time. While the Department of Telecommunications expertise and an administrator and policymaker provided crucial government support and facilitated the conducive environment, Reliance Jio Infocomm under the guidance of Matt Human and Bharti Airtel under the direction of Gopal Vittal plays a pivotal role in enabling India to achieve an overall 100 million 5G subscriber mark by the end of December 2023. Together, their steadfast dedication propelled India to the forefront as a global leader in the 5G space, achieving the fastest deployment of its scale. Their innovative strategies and unwavering commitment to technological advancement have not only transformed the telecommunications landscape, but have also positioned India as a pioneer in the realm of 5G technology on the global stage. To receive the award on behalf of the Department of Telecommunications, I have with me Madhu Arora, Advisor Technology, to receive the award. And I invite Ms. Madhu Arora on stage, please. Mr. Madhu, can I invite you to say a few words, please? Would you like to say something?
Big thanks to Voice and Data, and it's been indeed a pleasure. Our secretary is not here. I would have really wished it was here. It would have, still better. You have heard this message, and I've been here for almost an hour, and I've really seen the presentations, and all of you who are part of the Telecom fraternity. I wish that India continues to grow and do an excellent job. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now the list time works. The second winner in this category, Mr. Matthew Human, President, Reliance Jio, and he has sent an audio message for us, which is on behalf of his award as well as the award won by Mr. Mukesh Ambani. Can we play the audio message, please?
Thank you for having me here today, and my apologies in not being here in person. I'm extremely privileged, honored, and humbled by this recognition, which I received along with two very respected industry colleagues. Mr. Neeraj Mittal, who has established himself as a progressive and diligent policymaker and industry advocate, as well as Mr. Gopal Vittal, who I have come to know quite well in the last few years. I would like to congratulate them for everything they have been able to accomplish for the industry as India becomes not just an economic beacon, but also a technology beacon for global industry to build on to. We know over the last 30 years, under Pradeep Gupta's leadership, voice and data has set the tone for internet applications in India. We have all seen when we were having walked the corridors of the telecom, electronics, and IT industries. I cannot recollect in the past when there was a single company in which we would not find a comment of voice and data on the desk of its decision makers. That is the kind of influence voice and data have, and we sincerely appreciate Pradeep and team. When we speak about India's transformation, our digital and economic transformation, there is no other individual that deserves more to having contributed to the digital and telecom revolution of our nation. And we are humbled to having Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani being conferred the Lifetime Achievement Award from Voice and Data today. Thank you. In today's context, as Mr. Ambani is particularly known as India, I believe he has been and he is India's most powerful and impactful GPU that pushed the boundaries of inclusion and affordability for all. Across his businesses, be it telecom, retail, media, and sports. And it is this DNA that has been embedded in the ethos of everything Bring happens. Today, we live in the world of generative AI, the generative age of solar and black hole, and the fastest and the most powerful GPUs imaginable. And to say that we live in a transformative age is indeed an understatement. It's the next generation of compute, be it GPU or quantum compute. All of these continue to push AI and security even further. Technology will clearly impact every aspect of our individual lives and society as a whole. The role of India and the impact of India in this new digital world is going to be revolutionary. And I'm certain that as an industry and as a nation, our contributions will be untapped. Over the past couple of years, Digital India has leapfrogged from the 7th largest economy to the 5th, with our pursuit of being the 3rd largest economy fast becoming a reality. It is our opportunity and obligation as members of the tech industry to leverage AI content and whatever comes next to have the greatest impact in a secure, equitable manner that uplifts all of India and all Indians in a sustainable and responsible manner. Thank you very much.
On that note, I invite again Mr. Kapil Ahuja to receive the award on behalf of Mr. Matthew. Congratulations. Third winner in this category, Mr. Gopal Vittal, Managing Director and CEO of Bharti Airtel. And to receive the award on his behalf, I have Mr. Rahul Bhatt, the Chief Regulatory Officer at Bharti Airtel.
I just wanted to make one clarification. It is not second winner and third winner. It's joint winner. The Pathbreaker Award was shared for the project, which was the 5G project where India took a global leadership.
I'm standing here. The ball could not be here because of back movements. But I'll just convey his message to you that he thanks the jury, first of all of you, for this honor. Also congratulates Mr. Vittal and Matthew on the awards they have won. 5G has truly been an experience for us as an operator to how we have partnered with the department over the last 1 year. We have enjoyed doing it, and we are sure as an industry we are going to find more opportunities in monetization for this technology. Thank you so much.
The next award, Voice and Data Telecom Person of the Year. And the award is being given to Mr. K. Rajaraman, Chairman, International Financial Services Center Authority. Proud excellence, Mr. Rajaraman's visionary leadership has been instrumental in driving domestic telecom manufacturing and streamlining decision-making processes within the DoT. He played a crucial role in formulating the Indian Telegraph Rules 2022, addressing significantly safety concerns surrounding existing telecom infrastructure. His astute stewardship in newer technologies positioned India as a frontrunner in shaping 6G standards, laying the groundwork for a comprehensive 6G roadmap. His proactive efforts resulted in the setting up of a single window clearance platform for all satellite-related works, opening new avenues for connectivity and fostering technological innovation. His strategic foresight and unwavering dedication have not only propelled India's telecommunications sector to new heights, but have also established him as a paragon of excellence and innovation in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the Voice and Data Telecom Person of the Year, Mr. K. Rajaraman, he will be joining us virtually tonight on a video setup, and he wants to say a few words. It's live, we can see all of you. The camera set up there. Oh, okay. So may I first, sure, sir. May I first invite Mr. Bipin Kumar Karn from Mr. Rajaraman's office to receive the award on his behalf.
Very good. All the distinguished analysts and invitees to the function. So I would like to first of all congratulate TNB and Cyber Media for having organized such a leadership forum regularly for the last several years. This is the 23rd series, and you have chosen a very important topic, missioning the connected future, which I think is very, very important from a perspective of a country like India. So I first of all would like to thank Cyber Media Forum for having selected me for the award, which really should go out to the Department of Telecom and its team of competent officers, and from various divisions within the DOT, as well as from various organizations connected with DOT, VC, DOT, BSNL, and many other organizations. So I would like to thank you once again. Now, India is at a turning point, as many of us know. It's past 75 years of its democratic existence. The last 25 years have been very eventful from very, very different perspectives. First of all, I think in the last 25 years, starting from 1999 onwards, I think a lot of significant shifts have happened in the form of participation of the private sector, the telecom sector. So the private sector participation has actually completely transformed the way in which I think the business and services are run in this sector. Introduction of the USOI also played a very important role in kickstarting the process of ensuring inclusivity in the provision of telecom services. When all these reforms continue in the last 10 years, I think several very deep reforms have taken place, including the 2018 Digital Communications Policy, which laid out a number of ideas and thought processes which completely have resulted in significant production of technology in the sector. Similarly, I think the Telecom Act of 2024 also has brought very important shifts in the way I think resources like spectrum is allocated, and also lays the basis of innovation and modernity in the entire legislative framework. The government has also done significant work in the ways in which in ease of doing business, especially in areas like right of way, which is very crucial for fixed-line connectivity. 4G saturation and the 5G launch have also been very great landmarks in the last several years. I think as we go forward, I think the focus should be on raising the quality of service to the best in the world. The introduction of the production-linked incentive schemes, the Telecom Technology Development Fund, the transformation of CDOT as an organization from being just a standalone research organization to a collaborative research platform to its CCRP program, etc., have also been significant shifts in the way I think the government has doing the manufacturing and the design elements of the ecosystem. We also have played a very important role in developing the 4G stack and the 5G stack. The government and the private sector together actually played a very important role in this. And we expect as the over the next several years, a lot of this technology will probably find a way to the global markets as well. The launch of the 6G mission has also been a very important step forward, and I'm very happy to see that the Bharat 6G mission the alliance has taken the baton forward and has actually launched a number of initiatives that are working groups, and also entered into alliances with similar groups across the world. And I'm hopeful that probably this will result in significant technology fallouts for India as well. While we have done all these things, I think the most significant achievement of all, outcomes of all, have been the lowest cost of bandwidth that obtains in India. Mobile, in terms of the cost of mobile bandwidth in India, we stand seventh in the world. I think this is very, very significant. Similarly, thanks to the 5G launch, the pervasiveness of 5G across the country, with nearly about 450,000 plus base stations live across the country. We have now reached the rank of about 18 across the world in mobile download speeds, which I think is a very creditable step forward for the country. Now, while we have done a lot of very good things in the last 25 years, I think the next 25 years actually is the most significant for us as far as in several ways. I think the first one is obviously in terms of the India's presence in the technological landscape. So the launch of the 6G mission is very, very significant. But I think a lot of work has to be done in ensuring that I think the R&D ecosystem in the country steps forward both from the private and the public sector to actually make its presence felt through 6G patents. So we have made a beginning with a few hundred patents to our credit, but I guess we have a long way to go in terms of ensuring that I think this effort is actually deepened, and also a lot of networking happens within the country. Similarly, I think we have great opportunity the semiconductor fabrication in the country, with the foundations being laid for new semiconductor fabs by several industrial houses. Now, I think there's a great opportunity for India to fabricate its own telecom chips within the country. So I think the fabless design ecosystem in the country, along with the telecom private sector, should actually work together to launch India-designed chipsets. And I think though, of course, companies like Signal Chip have actually launched its own chipsets, I think fabrication of those within the country and making it available at affordable cost to the product manufacturers is going to be the way forward. Similarly, I think I would also like to feel that I also feel that a number of reforms are also required to actually support the ecosystem as we go forward. The launch of a sovereign patent fund, I think, is a very important innovation that is required going forward to enable Indian industry to actually access some of the patents which still continue to be available from the rest of the world. Similarly, I think it's very important to make available affordable capital, I think in the form of cost-effective financing by various organizations, banking and financial institutions, and the international financial services sector will be a very important tool in making available attractive finances, forex financing, especially dollar financing for companies which want to build global scale products out of India. Similarly, I think the one very important aspect is the connectivity between various dots that obtain in the R&D landscape in India. So I only hope that we take a leaf out of the Gati Shakti initiative in the infrastructure sector to actually put in place a framework which connects all the various dots in the R&D landscape, be it the private sector or the public sector, and weave them together into a powerful coalition or a consortium can deliver global scale products. So perhaps that's a case for Nandan with Gati Shakti in the near future. I would also entreat the private sector to also enter into domestic consortia and partnerships. I see a lot of consortia which have emerged in the last few years, but I think we need to do more than that by forging alliances which actually bring out very economically viable projects and products from India for the rest of the world. Similarly, I think the private sector should invest in R&D significantly. The National Research Foundation, which has now been launched to a act of Parliament, and also the missions such as the AI mission, the quantum mission, and TTDF, etc.
So I guess it is very exciting days, I think, for the next couple of years, and also I think over the next 25 years, when India will really make its presence felt in the technology landscape of the world. So with these few words, I once again thank the Cyber Media Forum and Data and Voice for having given me this award, which I think truly belongs to the Department of Telecom and its partners. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
I'm going to get them back for the Voice and Data Contest of the year. And we have some special token of our appreciation for our jury as well, which we will hand it over to you on your way out. Also, people who joined us in the morning, there are some special gifts for you as well, which will be given during tea time. So please watch out for that. And now, I would like to invite Rachna Garg, Senior VP and Group Head, Cyber Media Group, for the closing remark. Rachna oversees Cyber Media brands, Data Quest, PC Quest, Voice and Data, TQB, and channels.
I think we've had a long day, but the house has been full throughout the day. And I start with some good news. We have had a hashtag TLF India trending on top 3. And that's been really doing well. So anyone who's not going to be putting out any Twitter notes, please use TLF India. And that's something where we will be really excited to give some more good news around that. So that's one thing. Now, on behalf of Voice and Data, I just want to extend my vote of thanks. I really appreciate that I got this honor to go ahead and say this vote of thanks. I will start by saying my vote of thanks to all the jury members who were part of the Voice and Data Telecom Leadership Forum, our speakers, our panelists, our winners, as well as the delegates who have been, really wonderful and have really given a lot of positive feedback throughout the day. I had a lot of chance to interact with most of you, and I did get a lot of feedback, and I'm sure we'll work on some of the feedback and continue giving you much, much greater leadership forums to come by. This was our 23rd leadership forum, but our 30th year as far as Voice and Data is concerned. And we look forward to continuing in this journey with you. So this was a good opportunity for me to thank my team, and our team is first led by our chairman Pradeep Gupta, who has been really, motivating us and guiding us, and he has been right in front, and he's not just behind us, but he's right now leading the team along with Thomas George, who's the group head for our media team, and he's very much giving us all the new ideas which are coming. I would like to say thanks to Shubhendu if he's around. I would like to call him on stage. He's the editor for Voice and Data, who has been supported by the entire editorial team. We have had Anand Chopra, Prabhu, as well as Meenu, who have really done a lot of hard work in putting this panel together, the topics, the themes, and getting the discussions going. So I would like to say thanks to Shubhendu if he's around. And behind the scene, or maybe I should not say behind the scene, but has been Rajiv Pathak, who has been in touch with almost everyone in the audience I see, or on the panel, or our jury. So Rajiv Pathak has been behind the scene along with Ravikant to ensure that all of you are here today, and we get together much more and more often in the times to come. We've had a great social media team supporting us. We are trending, and I would like to invite Pratik for that. Pratik is also new to the team, and he's been leading the team in that particular endeavor, along with Chandan and other team members. Ravi, Ashok, if anybody's around, you could join me on the stage. I also would like to thank our team leaders, whoever is available here, and all the magazine edition, the next edition, which is Voice and Data Paper issue, will carry all the articles from the session here, the highlights from the session today. And we are live on Voice and Data YouTube channel, on our Twitter channels, as well as on LinkedIn. So you could follow our channels to get all the updates. I think that's it from me, and I look forward to catching up with you all again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As all good things come to an end, this is the end of the Telecom Leadership Forum. Till we meet again next time, I request all of you to please join us for tea. And there are feedback forms at the registration counter. Please feel free to fill in the feedback so that we can curate the event much better for you the next time. Also, do have a look at the Cyber Media stall at the additions and the discounts offered today. Thank you so much. You've been a great audience. Thank you for being